Interesting fact. Uh, Hi, everyone. I think my internet went out briefly, so I don't know what you heard or didn't hear from me. Very exciting times. Anyway, we can get started in, I guess we've got 20 minutes until our first speaker, but then we'll get started with that. In the meantime, Richard, did you want to talk about the logistics and what's going to happen? Hi, everyone. We're off to an exciting start, it seems like. I'm so glad that we started early here rather than waiting until our first speaker to get everything sorted. Can you all hear me right now? I'll type a message in. Okay, I see somebody says yes. Okay, it's clear. Okay, excellent. What a relief. All right, so I had a bit of a fiasco where my internet decided, nah, why would we want to broadcast her? So I think I'm back now. I'm really glad to say I'm back now, and just wanted to reiterate how exciting it is. Today we have a really great set of talks coming along, and kind of can't wait to share all that with you all. Um, so I can at least share one thing. Let me just try to simplify everything that's on my screen so that you all don't cry when you see my screen and how many windows I have open. Okay. This should be better. Okay. Um, all right, here goes nothing. I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully it won't be too sad for everyone. Okay, so just gonna put this on presentation mode. So you know you're at the right place. So if you were signed up for the nurse user group meeting, this is it. If you weren't, then you might be in the wrong place. Okay. So We're super excited to have you here today. I was hoping we could get a little welcome from some of our NUG officers, and we'll do that next. So, something that we've put together here is a little bit of info. So, we're using the Zoom webinar. So, you may have noticed that you can't speak, but you can communicate with the speakers through the chat and through the Q&A. And so we want you to, if you have questions during a presentation, you can feel free to submit those in the Zoom Q&A. And the Zoom chat is good for info and other announcements. Um, if you haven't yet joined, you're welcome to join the NERSC user Slack, okay? And this tiny URL down here is a direct link to the NERSC user Slack invitation. So if you haven't joined yet, we recommend joining that, and you can chat with your fellow NERSC users, and that can be pretty cool. Um, and then the NUG 2020 meeting info is at nersc.gov/events/NUG-2020. And that's the page with the whole itinerary and everything that's going to be happening today. So we're really excited to have you here. And I'm going to check now to see if we've got some other folks who might want to give you a brief greeting before we get started in about 14 minutes.
Hi, I just wanted to introduce myself. Rebecca, it doesn't look like I can share my video because the host has stopped it.
Let me check that. Sorry about that. Got it fixed.
Okay. Hi, my name's Alicia. For those of you who don't know me, I work at the Joint Genome Institute, which is part of the genomics division for LBNL. Our Office of Science is BER, and I'm on NUGX, and I'm also the chair. So if you have any questions about what that entails and what we've been trying to do, we could link up during a breakout, or I'm on chat, or email anytime. Thanks.
Thanks, Alicia. Yeah, so let me just put in a brief plug here for NUGX. So that's our executive users group. So what that is we've got, probably most of you already know this, but we've got users who represent each of the offices in the Office of Science who have time at NERSC. And so those folks get together and they're very helpful to NERSC because they help provide us with a lot of input. We also kind of, bounce our ideas off them like, hey, we're thinking of changing this. What do you all think? So they're kind of the representatives for users. And it's a really great way to get involved and to kind of help shape NERSC for the future and how you would like to see it go. So I think I'd like to encourage people when the next NUG elections come along, I will have some open seats. And so I'd like to encourage people to go ahead and, apply to be a NUGX representative and represent your community to NERSC. Let's see. So in addition to me organizing this, we've got a few other folks who are organizers. So Steve Leek is, he works in my group, in the user engagement group, and he's really helping out a lot with the NUG meeting. So I see he's currently doing some messaging, but maybe after that, maybe he'd like to say hello to everybody before we get started here.
Hi everyone, welcome to the NUG. So the messaging that Rebecca was talking about is, if you look in the chat window, I've posted a link to the same site as what was on Rebecca's slide earlier about how to get to NERSC users Slack if you're not there already, and we'll have discussion in the Slack in the NUG 2020 channel. So there's a message in the general channel and some notes about the Zoom connection info pinned to that channel. Look forward to chatting with you all.
Thanks, Steve. So I'm going to check if Richard is available, and then he can also say hello and welcome you. So let me check that. Hold on. It's a lot easier when you're in a room because you can just look at the person. All right, so unfortunately, Richard's not available right now, but I just do want to extend his welcome to you all. I know that he would want to welcome you here. So for those of you who don't know, Richard is the department head for high performance computing at NERSC, and he's also our NERSC senior science advisor. And so he particularly really gets excited about all the science that is coming in, all the science that people do on NERSC resources. I mean, I love it too, but maybe not as much as Richard does. So anyway, yeah, so why don't we go to, I'm going to try to get another NUGX person up here to say hi and welcome you. So hold on just 1 second. All right, so we've got another NUG ex co-chair, Balint. So,
hi everyone. My name is Balin Teo, and I've been serving on the NUGEX for some years. Currently, I am the vice chair, and I would also like to invite you to this user group meeting. It's very strange times to do the whole meeting by video, but I am very sure that you will all enjoy today's topics and talks. So welcome. Thank you.
thanks, Balint. So, yeah, we're all really excited to have you here. And I guess we'll get started with our first one in about 5 more minutes. And so our first speakers are going to be Ben Brown and Carol Hawk. And they are from DOE. Now, Carol, is this phone number you also? I think it might be the 202 phone number.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Ah.
Wonderful.
I'm relieved. I wasn't quite sure if that was going to work.
Oh,
I'm echoing. How do we stop that?
And here's an audio check for Ben. Can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Excellent.
Welcome, everyone.
What should I do to stop the echo?
So I am not hearing an echo from you, but if
no one else hears it, that's fine.
I don't hear it
Ben, can
either.
you
I
hear
think
it?
you're fine.
yeah, you sound great.
Fantastic. So I'll listen to myself twice.
Okay,
Which
so
is
you
okay.
get to hear the echo. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so we've got about, I guess, 3 more minutes before we're really supposed to get started, and I want to be respectful of people's time. So, yeah, maybe you would like to start sharing your slides. Would that be an option?
Yeah, sorry for all the behind the scenes. We'll do an open mic. I uploaded my slides to the portal, but I'm happy to share them from my local machine if that's
Just
your
might
preference.
be more convenient for you, because then you can forward when the right time.
You got it. Let me get that teed up. I'll be right back.
Perfect. Thank you.
Just for me, I'm just going to talk through it.
Okay.
So I don't have slides.
Okay.
All right, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right, I will wait for your green light.
Green light.
Okay.
Go for it.
Well, it's wonderful to be with you all out there in the virtual landscape that is our lives these days. My name is Ben Brown. I am the ESNet Program Manager in the Office of Advanced Scientific Computing Research and the Acting Facilities Division Director. So it's my pleasure to join Carol in this double duty session this morning. And you probably hear a dog in the background. You may hear children in the background. That's where we are these days. So I titled this little quick few slides. I'm just going to speak for a few minutes and then turn the mic over to Carol to give you some time with her. And then if there's time left after we're finished with our remarks for Q&A, we're happy to stick around. But I titled this Missives from Oscar because really it's a bit of a grab bag. Views from Washington sounds so austere, but I know that's what you typically expect from we feds. Let me advance slides. I want to begin with a heartfelt thank you to Sudeep and the entire NERSC team. This has been an extraordinary period of time. I know that's cliche at this point, but I want to make sure to underscore, and I'm sure Carol will amplify this spirit that we in the Office of Science, as the federal steward and champion of NERSC, there's no words that can really fully express the depth of our appreciation to the NERSC team and the members of the NERSC user community that provide a hand to your many users. You know, I think when we look back on this time period, it's going to be pretty incredible to reflect on the Oscar facilities portfolio in general and their performance, because obviously being virtual resources already, there was really, I think, the native expectation in the community and maybe even the Office of Science that things would go on pretty much as they were, notwithstanding the bumps in the road that come with personal transitions into a fully virtual environment. But to be honest, I don't think any of us could have expected how well NERSC and the other Office of Science Oscar facilities have just kept full steam ahead. And I don't think this is something we can take for granted. And it's actually something that's on my mind as we look to the fall and more question marks about what life will bring, that I just want to express the most heartfelt appreciation I can to the NERSC team for the services you're providing to the scientific community and to take care of yourselves, and that we in the Office of Science owe it to you to have dialogues about what we can do to help you in this time as you're continuing to provide world-class services to thousands and thousands of researchers who are, I would expect, and I'm with her today, are relying on NERSC to advance their research in times when experiments are more difficult. So I just wanted to start with that critical message. On a much more prosaic plane, I just wanted to mention to those users connected out there, this is a slide I try to thread in any kind of talk like this to the community, that there is a kind of a front door free roadside assistance for network performance issues. This is more parochial with my ESNet hat, but there's an NSF funded portal called the Engineering Performance Operations Center that is a jointly joint PIs or the University of Indiana, which for many years has been this hidden but mighty service provider to the research and education network community for network operations support and our own ESNet. So I just flagged this, you'll have the slides, but if anyone out there is ever running into a data movement issue and you're having kind of stuck with your own campus IT, not being able to knock down the problem, this is an open resource that anyone can access. I would be remiss if I didn't mention briefly that within the Office of Science headquarters organization, we actually implemented a modest reorg at about, I guess, May timeframe. It was playing out for many months that our director, Chris Fall, implemented. And I think for the Oscar and NERSC community, this really doesn't have any impact. But again, I would be remiss if I didn't touch on it, that we now have a new there's a position called the Principal Deputy Director, which is really the named position that would ascend to be the acting director of the Office of Science in the absence of a senior presidential appointee. So Steve Binkley filled that role in his former title is the Deputy Director for Science Programs, but was promoted to that position. And Chris Fall created the organization that you see under Steve Binkley's name here. The science programs are basically unchanged, but we have the promotion of the longtime head of the Office of Basic Energy Sciences, Dr. Harriet Kung, to the position of Deputy Director for Science Programs. And Oscar, as always, reports to that position. So again, I don't think there's any real impact on the field, but I just wanted to let you know that this reorg changed. And I think there's some really good things that are coming from it in terms of a new era of internal coordination across the programs that's really being stimulated from Steve Binkley and Chris Fall and Harriet as well. Now for the budget piece, which is usually what people tune in for when they want those words from Washington. This moment in time, if we look back on the last 3 years, the 3 appropriation cycles, it's been an extraordinary era of growth for the Oscar facilities. So here you see the 4 Oscar user facilities and the 3 past year of congressional appropriations and really, really strong growth. I didn't add the House marks. We have in the FY21 cycle, only the House Energy and Water Development Subcommittee has provided their markup. But again, the numbers are very strong. NERSC is well positioned with another, I believe, very, very, very strong number. And yes, there's been this kind of odd play at each one of these cycles going back to the beginning of this administration where Oscar's budget proposed by the president has been quite strong, but funding across the Office of Science in the president's request has been more of a differentiated approach. It's basically where the Congress has ended up for the last 3 appropriation cycles with these enormous increases for science agencies. It's been in stark contrast to the president's request in some cases. But I think one of the takeaways that I always message the community and others when trying to interpret this, it's really pretty simple. Basic science enjoys enormous bipartisan support in Washington, and that's not just by accident. It's not just because we have a particular champion in a particular seat in Congress or a particular spot in the administration. It really is something that you and your institutions, the federal relations professionals that represent your institutions, the scientific professional societies, champions in OMB and the agencies and the Hill, all across the inside the Beltway spectrum, if you will, of institutions. It's worked on for years to communicate the impact of basic science is really something that straddles partisan boundaries. So I see this as a very, yes, notwithstanding the gross questions about, you can just look at the economic news or whatever. We have no idea whether the federal budget in the next few years, but I would just point out that this recent era has been one of incredible growth. And I'm not going to belabor this slide, but this is something I showed in a presentation at Supercomputing last fall when our Oscar office does a sort of all hands for those who's interested, kind of hearing the state of the state from Oscar. And at the time I put together the slide of trying to give people a sense of, well, what could we expect from budget scenarios in the future. And I know this is a complicated slide, I'm not going to belabor it. But basically what came to pass is the bottom of this slide. So we did end up getting an appropriations bill for FY20, which is a huge, huge thing. But as we've come in close on a presidential election, it's very typical for us to see a continuing resolution. So I think, what we're all hearing from the Hill and from OMB, from the White House, and just from our agency leadership is to expect a CR of some durations beginning October 1. The real impact of this means no new starts in terms of no new programmatic starts, nothing that was not a named thing can really start until there's an appropriations bill. I think overall though, in terms of funding levels, the really strong numbers funding for FY20 mean that we're in good position to maintain full steam ahead on our major projects and our programs in Oscar going into the new fiscal year. I'm going to pre-apologize and say that I'm kind of double duty today in terms of attending pieces of this wonderful meeting, but also late last week was invited to attend. There's a White House Office of Science and Technology Policy convening on the future advanced computing ecosystem that's being held virtually today and tomorrow. What this is in context is you may be familiar with the Advanced Strategic Computing Initiative that the previous administration and this administration stimulated and have carried forward. And one of our our strong colleagues here in Washington, Manish Parashar from NSF, has gone over to OSTP in recent months to shepherd the kind of next generation of the Advanced Computing, Strategic Computing Initiative, with an eye to expanding it and broadening it to themes around, as it's here in bright lights, a computing ecosystem. And I just wanted to mention this because there is increasing recognition, I think, broadly in the era of advanced architectures, of AI, quantum, all these white hot topics that are gotten Washington all aflutter, that the traditional HPC is going to tie into those in some small way or large way in the future. I think what this is really expressing is that I'm being a denizen of the Oscar community, that NERSC plays an incredibly important role, not just for the Office of Science and for DOE, but for the nation. And NERSC is in an incredibly strong position to evolve and contribute in this broader ecosystem space, and there's a variety of conversations playing out. And so I just wanted to let you know that I might disappear from time to time today to also attend this meeting, but I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. My last slide before I turn it over to Carol is something I always like to thread into these moments, which is I had the chance to hear, I think Mark Walport has since moved on as CEO of the United Kingdom's Research and Innovation, essentially their government agency, their science agency. But he expressed this at a forum I was at. The purpose of a science funding agency is to be catalytic, to stimulate communities to express their imagination in its fullest form. And just from the halls of Oscar, this is what we're always striving to do. We really want to set the conditions of engagement with the community always to be in a positive spirit and in one in which folks can be unafraid to launch the craziest and most interesting ideas that are on their minds. So I hope that there's some aspect of that, and I know that Sudeep and team have really put together a user group meeting today for this annual meeting that's aligned with this goal, and that we're all trying to get to the same place, which is to enable new science with new tools to invent the future. So with that, I will stop my screen share, and I will do a virtual baton pass to your NERSC program manager, Carol Hawk.
And I will virtually grab onto that. And welcome everybody to this meeting. It's going to be a fabulous day. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Earlier this year, I had the good fortune to join the Department of Energy Office of Science Advanced Scientific Computing Research, or OSCAR, as been mentioned. And I became the permanent NERSC program manager. So today, I'd like to introduce myself to you and connect my background with the NERSC mission and the research community that NERSC is bringing together and has brought together for many years now. My PhD is in high energy physics, specifically in quantum chromodynamics. I perform my doctoral research at the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory as a member of the Collider Detector Facility, or CDF. For the several years I worked at Fermilab, I was part of the team responsible for the third level of the CDF data acquisition system. This was in the mid-90s. So we had a farm of Silicon Graphics Unix boxes capable of real-time event reconstruction of proton, anti-proton scattering events. We also had the specialized high-performance networks needed to bring these data from the CDF detector into level 3 for analysis to determine which events were interesting enough to be recorded for later study. CDF's discovery of the top quark was based on physics events acquired by the system. So it was a great experience. And so my experience as both graduate student and postdoc performing research at Fermilab and working on the CDF data acquisition system resonates clearly with the NERSC high-performance computing facility that is dedicated to accelerate scientific discovery in support of the DOE Office of Science mission. After Fermilab, I held a variety of science and engineering positions in industry, academia, and a couple research centers. I explored diverse domains, including telecommunications, fuel cell electrochemistry, operations research, and so on. My path eventually took me back to the Department of Energy in 2010, where I spent several years leading a research program dedicated to the vision of resilient energy delivery systems that could automatically recognize a cyber attack and adapt operations to ride through the attack while keeping the lights on. So after about a year as acting Deputy Assistant Secretary in that part of the department, I had the good fortune to become a member of the Advanced Scientific Computing Research in the Department's Office of Science, which brings me right back home to high performance computing dedicated to scientific discovery, where I began in the mid-90s. So one thing that my experience has taught me, working in a variety of different types of organizations in diverse science and engineering disciplines, is that in the end, it's about people. Science and engineering is advanced by people, for people, and at times for humanity. And this is echoing what Ben eloquently expressed a few minutes ago. The research that NERSC is supporting today, looking for solutions to the global pandemic we all find ourselves living through, is truly a service to humanity. At its core, NERSC is about people, working together as a community to advance the DOE Office of Science mission science. The NERSC team, many of whom you will hear from today, is dedicated to the acceleration of scientific discovery through high-performance computing. And I must say that I hold the greatest respect for this team of dedicated professionals. They function with an elegant harmony that is the embodiment of what people mean by the phrase poetry in motion. Their exceptional expertise and sincere dedication to serving the research community is a truly powerful combination. One of the first things I noticed when I first came on board was that the NERSC team thinks and acts strategically with a long-term vision that is in the direct interest of the community. From the facilities that house the equipment to the scientific discoveries that result, and every moving part in between. The team brings all the pieces together to make this incredibly complex endeavor work neatly, seamlessly. So as one example, NERSC is working on energy efficiency of the data center and has achieved truly impressive results that have brought them to the forefront in this domain. To date, the overall energy savings they have realized is about 37% of the non-IT electricity consumption at NERSC. And in addition, the project has saved 1.8 million kilowatt hours and more than 500,000 gallons of water per year. Truly impressive. So yes, NERSC provides leading edge high performance computing platforms as well as powerful data management, storage, and analysis capabilities. The NERSC team also offers robust outreach to the research community through training and workshops to optimize the scientific productivity of today's systems while working in parallel to make the next generation platforms available. The NERSC has a long history, about 50 years worth since 1974, of deploying and operating frontier research computation, networking, and data management platforms, while at the same time moving forward hand in hand with the community to rapidly make available next generation platforms. So today, Corey, tomorrow, Perlmutter. The NERSC team actively engages and collaborates with the research community so folks are well positioned to make the best use of next generation systems as soon as those systems become available. As you know, NERSC partners with researchers, code teams, vendors, and library tools and developers through multiple mechanisms to ease the transition from today's high performance platforms to the next generation architectures that NERSC is concurrently working to provide. The NESAP team, or NERSC Exascale Science Applications Program, is one of these mechanisms. You'll hear more today about the NESAP teams working to prepare applications that will make excellent optimal use of Perlmutter's GPUs. And Perlmutter is, of course, named for Nobel Prize-winning astrophysics research performed using NERSC. In parallel with the long-term vision that sustains such Nobel Prize-winning research, the NERSC team is at the same time agile and able to pivot swiftly in response to rapidly emerging national imperatives. Again, the global pandemic that we're all living through today provides a tragic and dramatic example. NERSC transitioned smoothly and swiftly to sustain operations safely when the pandemic hit without missing a beat. Then the team rapidly augmented their research portfolio to serve the national need, bringing on board research of national importance to help fight the coronavirus. So wrapping up my remarks for this morning here on the East Coast, it became quickly clear to me upon joining Oscar that the NERSC team is a powerful, harmonious force dedicated to discovery science that transforms our understanding of nature in direct alignment with the department's Office of Science mission. The team provides leading edge, high performance computing and data management facilities, and most importantly, works in partnership with the research community, each of us in this meeting today, to derive the greatest possible impact for scientific discovery using today's high performance computing platforms while preparing for the next generation architectures. But I am thoroughly delighted with my good fortune to be working with a NERSC team of dedicated professionals in my role as NERSC program manager within the DOE's Office of Science, Advanced Scientific Computing Research. So if you would like to reach out to me, I'm always available and would welcome any conversations or the opportunity to hear more about the research you have underway using NERSC resources. My email address is carol.hawk@science.doe.gov, but the NERSC folks know where to find me, so you can ask any of them how to reach me also. I will turn the virtual podium back over now, and I really look forward to intriguing and informative discussions throughout the rest of the day. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much, Carol, for your inspiring words, and thank you, Ben, also for your words. Are there any questions that we might have from the audience? For best results, you can put your question into the Q&A tool, and we'll see if we have any questions.
I know we overpowered you with our good cheer. You just can't think of any questions.
Exactly, or maybe you just answered all the questions that anybody possibly had.
I see a question.
Okay, great.
I don't know if Rebecca, if you wanted to be the moderator, so I shouldn't have assumed to direct traffic.
Okay, so the question was, what is the difference between the two timelines?
Sure, I'll put them back on screen, and I'll just step through that briefly. It's a bit anachronistic at this point. The two timelines, so put yourself back in last November. That's when I presented this at Supercomputing. And at that time, it wasn't clear whether the Congress was actually going to be able to pass an appropriations bill the president would sign. And so the timeline above, I don't know if you can see my cursor, basically we had gone through a couple of short-term continuing resolutions dating from October 1 to November 21, then one that was going to expire December 20. So basically we were sitting right around end of November wondering, well, the Congress usually sets itself a deadline before the holidays of getting work done, because just like regular humans, no one wants to stick around away from home finishing their homework. And it just turned out that yes, they did finish their business before the holiday break for the Congress, and they passed a giant omnibus appropriations bill that the president signed. And that's typical of the way Congress works these days, basically going back, well, more than a decade now, actually. In fact, it's been a pretty unusual thing. We had in FY in 2019, the occurrence where they passed an appropriation bill before the fiscal year boundary. I know, what a hoot, right? They actually did the work before the October 1 fiscal year deadline. But this is very typical of recent times.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ben. I'm glad that they did pass a bill. Yes, I remember in 2019 it was kind of a miracle.
Yeah, I was joking. It was sort of like the end times. It was like, wait, what? We got our money before October 1. Nobody knows what to do. We always plan. We do a lot of risk mitigation for our projects and programs, assuming we're going to have sort of a kind of a rough start to the fiscal year with bits of money being issued on 30-day chunks. And I see another question. What do you think DOE Oscar should have as its next big initiative after ECP finishes? Killer question. One that's difficult to answer without, you know, my senior leadership involved. I think that there's a lot of threads to pull. And ECP, of course, as an initiative, if you're scoring at home, the exascale computing project itself does not include by dollars the actual machines that we're going to be putting on the floor and that we're already investing in. So the actual outlay is huge. And but we, meaning the royal we of the zeitgeist of the community, the federal agency, the Hill, OMB, you know, everyone involved in creating and crafting the federal budget is absolutely thinking about this pretty deeply. And there's no hide the ball here. I mean, if you look at the AI for Science town halls, the recent presentations by Office of Science Leadership at our Federal Advisory Committee, the ASCAC committee, you can see it there in black and white that the big ideas that are sort of on the table. And I think that there's a big thrust towards data intensive science and AI, and those things are in the air. But and we have in FY21 the first mention of an integrated computational data infrastructure initiative. But I think there's a different packagings of these ideas in different ways, and bringing them into focus sometimes depends on forces outside Oscar and DOE, and that's what I mentioned. Took time to mention that OSTP initiative that's brewing that might be the lens through which things come into focus. There's also just last Friday, the Office of Management and Budget and OSTP released the FY 2022 President's Priorities for R&D, which is an annual top level issuance of the administration's R&D priorities, which frankly are quite evergreen in some sense, right? I mean, yes, every administration has different emphases, but if you look back historically, those R&D priority memos have a sort of continuity to them across administration boundaries. So I hope that was sufficiently peppered with some detail and some hand waving to pass muster for an answer.
I think it was a perfect combination of details and hand waving. Yes, thank you. Okay, so we've got an additional question. What are the main differences among the 4 Oscar user facilities? Differences in funding is larger than I thought.
Right. So the portfolio of Oscar facilities is, well, this is a very broad question, so I'll try to be brief, but approach it from a couple of different dimensions. So the leadership computing facilities at Argonne and Oak Ridge were born in the late 2000s, and they were originally, the reason for 2 is to have competing technologies in an era where the US was playing from behind in developing the latest architectures. And so NERSC, of course, has a much longer history than the LCFs. NERSC goes back several decades. So from a mission standpoint, they're complementary and distinct. So NERSC, its resources are allocated fully to the Office of Science research community. The leadership computing facilities are a national resource that has an open competition for access through a couple different mechanisms, but has a smaller user community, but that is sort of broader across the national R&D enterprise. And then ESNet is the high performance network user facility, which is a completely different enterprise compared to the high performance computing machines. ESNet also goes back many decades, but it exists to provide this rock solid, reliable nationwide backbone, high performance network to move huge data for open science losslessly, which is no small trick. It itself is sort of an exquisitely tuned scientific instrument in its own right. So I hope that kind of gives you some sense. Doing your sort of, to give you a real answer about the budget, you'd probably have to invite me back for some longer period of time, and I bet half of you would probably be bored to tears. but I'd be happy to do that some other venue.
We can do that. We can do that. And then people who might be bored, they could use it as their insomnia cure, perhaps. All right, so we're just on time. So this is the end of this session. I really appreciate you, Ben and Carol, both joining us today. I thank you so much for your words. And we'll go on to the next session. So the next speaker is the Director of NURSC, Sudeep Dosanjh. So Sudeep, welcome. And okay, and then Sudeep, we've had a request. I don't know, maybe Steve knows if it's possible, but somebody had asked if we could do subtitles for when you're speaking so that people would be able to read those as well. Do you know if that's possible? Does anybody know if that's possible in PowerPoint? I know you can do it with Google Slides, but.
You know, I'm not sure how to do that.
Okay.
Unfortunately. So, you know, we'll certainly, that's a very good request. And I apologize for not, that we haven't thought about that. I actually do have a hearing disability, and so I wear these hearing aids, but whenever I have the TV on, I have subtitles on because I'm always missing the absolute key thing that someone's trying to say. so I don't know, unless someone knows really quickly that you can text me or message me, I can try to do it on the fly, but I think we'll just have to save it for next time. So I wanted to thank Ben and Carol for taking time out of their busy days to address us. I'm really excited about this meeting. You know, we have really strong support from Oscar. We have a great, you know, working relationship with, you know, Barb, who heads Oscar, and Ben, who's head of facilities, and Carol, who's the NURSC program manager. And we really do appreciate all their help and their guidance. And we appreciate all of you. You know, really, we exist for the users. Most of the people who work at NURSC are really there because they believe strongly in the mission of the DOE Office of Science. They're excited about expanding human knowledge of the universe, and so it's really been that passion for the mission that has kept people at NURSC and motivates them to respond to issues that we have in the middle of the night. It seems like whenever our systems are going down or something is happening, it's always in the middle of the night, and I don't know why that is. But so I'm going to talk about a few things. One is I'll give you kind of a NURSC overview, which will expand a little bit on the last question, which is, you know, what are the differences between some of the different facilities. And then we really did have an amazing operational year, and I wanted to touch on a few of the things that happened and a few of the things that were probably impacting all of you. We're very excited about Perlmutter. Phase 1 will be coming later this year, and so we're very busy preparing for that. And then I know many of you are also busy preparing. You know, we're working with you and getting your codes up and ready, and you know, it'll be a big boost in computing for all of you. You know, a lot more capability, and so we're very excited about that. And then, you know, something that we have a lot of passion about at NURSC is really supporting data, large-scale data analysis. And I know that that's a growing issue for many of our users, and I'll touch on that as well. So, so Ben mentioned this, but, you know, and Carol as well, but, you know, we are the mission HPC facility for the DOE Office of Science. We were really established in the 70s because at that time there were supercomputing facilities for the DOE's classified programs, but there were not supercomputing facilities for open science. And so people thought, well, we should really have a supercomputing center for open science as well. And so one key difference between us and the LCFs is that the different offices within the DOE Office of Science actually allocate 90% of the computing resources at NERSC. And so that may sound like a small difference, but it's actually a huge difference. Because one thing is, so we're not selecting our users, your program managers are giving you time here. And so we really have to be very nimble as far, and we have to be prepared to support a very broad set of users and a broad set of applications. So, we can't just design a system and a infrastructure and then just look for applications that match that infrastructure. We have to really kind of broadly support the DOE Office of Science. The program managers in the Office of Science actually really love that, in that it avoids what's called double jeopardy. So when they give you funding, they can also give you some time at NERSC, so that that helps them, because otherwise, your project might fail if you have funding, but you don't have computing resources in which to do your research. And so shown here are just the different offices within the Office of Science that we support. And then, kind of the other key difference between us and the other centers, which Ben alluded to, is that we support a truly broad national user base. Shown here is a picture of kind of where our users are clustered. Yeah, I often get asked, how many congressional districts do you support? We actually support over 200 different congressional districts, or around 200 across the country. We have over 7,000 users, 800 projects, 700 codes. We're very proud of all of you, in that, we exist to push science. And so it's really about your scientific productivity, and you all produce over 2,000 publications per year, based on nurse simulations and lots of journal covers. And we're proud to have been associated with a number of Nobel Prizes as well. So being a supercomputing center, we're really not supposed to provide, our mission is not to provide mid-level computing or what Amazon might provide you. It's really to provide you resources that you can't obtain elsewhere. So, a lot of our users, not every calculation is that way, but a lot of our users do simulations at scale. They do data analysis, dealing with large data sets. They may have real-time feedback or computing requirements. They may need the very fast storage system that we have, the very fast interconnect that we have that connects to different processors. So in general, we're always looking for applications that kind of have some needs that can't really be met any other way. And so we really try to provide some unique capabilities to you all for your science. So this is our systems roadmap. So, we were sad, we had to turn off NERSC 7 Edison in 2019, which was a very productive system that I know a lot of users were very happy with, but, we needed to start getting ready for future systems. And so we kept it running until the very last minute that we could, and then we had to turn that off. And so now Cori is our workhorse, and you all are probably very familiar with that. Perlmutter will be delivered later this year and the remainder of next year. And then, we're already planning on NERSC 10 and NERSC 11. And so, a couple of key trends here is, one is, as we go to the right, we really became clear to us in 2015, 2016, that we had to head to energy efficient architectures. If we didn't do that, it would really be difficult to provide you more computing, as Moore's law has been reaching its end. Really the jump in computing from one system to the next would be very, very small if we didn't embrace energy efficient architectures. And it's also kind of the overall trend for supercomputing, as far as people heading to exascale. And so it was really important for us to begin to make that transition. It's a lot more challenging for us, given the large number of users that we have. It's really not success for us unless a large fraction of you are using these next generation systems. And so, through lots of work now, over half the users use more than half their time on Cori KNL. And so, we're very happy about that. It's been truly lots of work for you all and for us. And for Perlmutter as well, we anticipate that we want to, during the life of Perlmutter, we want to continue to expand the number of users that are effectively using the GPUs that'll be on Perlmutter. So one trend has been just going to the right has been this energy efficient architectures, our recognition that we needed to work with you to adapt your codes. It also helps you because like Oak Ridge and Argonne are also heading to these architectures. And so if we work with you, that it also helps you prepare you to run on other systems as well. And so we launched NESAP back in the 2015 timeframe to partner with our users on adapting their codes. And then we spend a lot of time on training for the broader community, and Rebecca's group in particular works a lot on documentation and making sure that the lessons that we're learning are kind of broadly available to all of you. I've been told that many other supercomputing centers actually refer their users to the NERSC web pages when they have questions. And so, for us, it's really kind of a matter of survival because we have so many users. And frankly, the number of the staff that we have has not increased that much. So, when I became director, we had about 3,000 users, and now we have over 7,000. And so it's really been a challenge that, our staff have to support those many users really with about the same number of people as we had before. Kind of the other big thing that's been happening as we go from left to right has been kind of the growing importance of data. And I'm going to talk more about that. But with in the Edison timeframe, we actually had separate systems that were targeting data analysis. With Corey, we made lots of enhancements to make it possible to do data analysis and analytics and moving data. And Perlmutter is kind of the first system that we have actually designed with data in mind from the very beginning. And we expect that to continue through NERSC 10 and NERSC 11. So why do that? Well, because the data sets that many people are dealing with are just so large that they really do require a supercomputer to analyze. And so it's no longer enough just to have a separate small system for data analysis. You need the entire supercomputer to be able to do that. So for us, it's been a really challenging year. I'm really proud of the staff at NERSC and how hard they've worked. We've all faced this pandemic together. NERSC, there was a time when the Bay Area and California issued stay-at-home orders. NERSC was allowed to keep running because one, we play a key role in letting others telework. So if we're not up, many scientists can't effectively work from home. And the other is that we were asked to start supporting COVID-19 research. And so for those reasons, we were directed to keep running, even though many other user facilities actually paused for a long period of time. And so that was really a challenge for our staff. They've faced many of the same challenges that you all have faced, where it's every trip to the grocery store has become harder. Suddenly your children are at home. Suddenly you and your spouse are both trying to work from home and just finding space. And then, it's been kind of hard for everyone, but I've really been proud of how NERSC staff have responded to this challenge with their dedication. We do have most people working from home, but we do need people to come in. They still need to come in to perform maintenance. We install new hardware. Hardware fails, so people have to be able to come in. And all of that work is much more challenging because now you have, in addition to the usual safety protocols, now we also have to worry about social distancing. So it's been really kind of a heroic effort on the part of NERSC staff. As I mentioned, we have more and more users, and there's really been a desire for us to figure out how do we support these increases in users. One thing we could do is just try to limit the number of users that we have, but that really isn't in the best interest of the science community, and especially now we're being asked to work with other experimental and observational facilities, and they have their own set of users. And so we're looking at a future where we may have 30,000 users because every user facility scientist wants to use NERSC some way. And so we have to figure out how can we make our services scalable. And so one thing, this year we launched a NERSC user Slack channel. And so all of you have gotten an invite to that. I do log into that. It does seem to get used. So I'd encourage you all to use it more and more. It's an opportunity for users to help other users, although there are always NERSC staff on moderating and who will comment and give you help as well. So another thing I was very happy about was that I know that last year we were going through this transition to multi-factor authentication. That was really a kind of a big challenge for us, but it really had a huge payoff this year. This year there were a number of cyber attacks on HPC centers around the world. There were actually some Cray systems that were broken into, but MFA helped keep our systems and your data secure. And so despite those attacks, and there were actually attacks directed at NERSC, but they were all unsuccessful, and we were able to defend them off. And so anyway, thanks to you all for your help in implementing MFA. Another thing I'm very proud of is that through lots of work, we've increased the utilization on Core KNL by about 10%. Typically, people thought mid 80s was kind of as high as you could go, considering that you need to drain the system to run large jobs when you want to run large jobs. But we've now actually we're running large jobs, and we're consistently getting utilization in the mid 90s. And that really translates to over 500 million extra hours that we're delivering to all of you. So above and beyond, you're getting more time above and beyond your allocations in many cases, just because of this work that we've done. We've made enhancements to the scheduler. There have been lots of training. There have been Zoom office hours. Hopefully some of you or many of you have taken advantage of those. We're actually looking next year at having topical office hours and giving you the ability to actually schedule an appointment with an expert on that topic. And so that gives you a chance to talk one-on-one with a NERSC staff member with a particular expertise. But this past year, it was really focused on helping more people get on KNL. And then we made a number of policy changes as well, which have helped. And so that's one thing I'm very proud of. I'm also very proud of kind of how quickly we adapted to supporting COVID-19 research. We're a member of the National COVID-19 HPC Consortium. We have a number of actually projects that are up and running. We've allocated them time through the NERSC Director's Discretionary Reserve. So 10% of our time is discretionary. And so we've been allocating time for COVID-19 research through that. So it really has not hopefully impacted all of you, but we have been able to give extra time to these projects that are helping in the national fight against this pandemic. We've created, very rapid we focused on rapid project creation, and we have staff technical liaisons for each project running at NERSC. And then we did get some funding through the CARES Act. And what we've used that for is to add large memory nodes to both Core and to Spin. And those are becoming available actually as we speak. The thought process there was that we had heard from a number of COVID-19 researchers that their codes were, were at this point, they were threaded, but they weren't prepared to run on a distributed memory system, or not all their workflow was prepared to do that. And so they needed some place that had really lots of memory per node, and they could run threaded jobs. And so those are available. So if any of you have COVID-19 related research that might benefit from those, please let us know, and we'll see what we can do about potentially giving you some time on those resources. So that's been a big effort for us. We were very excited about the community file system that's been launched. We needed to do a refresh of the NERSC global file system for a long time. It was also clear that, we're very excited about the file system that'll be on Perlmutter. It's an all-flash file system that's about 30 petabytes, but it became clear to us that we needed we need a file system for longer term storage that's not Scratch. And, people more and more want to be able to share data and information across their users and across, to scientists nationally and internationally. And so CFS gives us a mechanism to do that. It's given us an opportunity to increase your default quota from 1 terabyte to 20 terabytes. And there's better quota management for sub-projects. And there's also a new allocation method. So a number of people ask for more than 20 terabytes. And so those quotas are actually considered by the Office of Science program managers, and they allocate resources on CFS to all of you. And so that helps us better align the storage with kind of the mission of the DOE Office of Science. And then there are just faster rebuilds, end-to-end checksums to make sure that your data stays secure and make sure that we have data integrity. And, we also, it allows more efficient use. We have some sub-blocks that allow more efficient use of capacity for smaller files. So that's been very exciting, and we do anticipate growing CFS over the next couple of years. My hope would be that we can get it much larger. So part of that depends, of course, on budgets. But if our budgets are healthy, I'd like to really grow CFS so it's many times greater than the 30 petabyte Scratch file system on Perlmutter. Iris was launched in 2019, replacing NIM. NIM has been around for a long period of time. It was written in some ancient language. It was very hard for us to maintain. And we really realized that we needed a more modern infrastructure. And so there's a team led by Gabor that's worked very hard on Iris. There's lots of benefits to us. One is that the number of lines of codes are much smaller because we're using modern tools. And so that makes we can more effectively manage it. The speed at which it generates reports is much faster as well. But, for you all, it provides job level accounting detail. It has a modern user interface. It has improved self-service features. Hopefully that'll help us reduce the number of tickets. Because, as I said, our number of users keeps going up. And, we try really hard not to turn people away, which means we have to think of new ways of being able to support all of you. There's real-time data updates to compute and storage systems. And the team is doing weekly agile software releases. And so that's also been a big effort here at NERSC. Another kind of thing that's happened is that AI and machine learning has really kind of taken off. There's more and more demand for a data analytics stack. You can see there on the right, the number of users at NERSC of TensorFlow and PyTorch have really increased dramatically. And one of the things, in addition to developing scalable tools, one of the things that our team is really focused on is outreach. And so there have been lots and lots of training events for the community and for you all that hopefully you're able to take advantage of. And we're working very hard on supporting an analytics data stack, and that's something we weren't doing 5 years ago. And then the other thing that's kind of taken off is Jupyter. More and more of our researchers want to use Jupyter to interact with our supercomputers. So we've worked very hard on that. You know, we have now 700 unique users of Jupyter. And I think it's just something that I think is going to just continue growing. Shown there as a class on data science, and all those people are using Jupyter. And so all these students will, many of them are going to eventually be nurse users, and that's what they're going to want to do. You know, and so we, you know, for us, it's a challenge because many of these tools like Jupyter and Python, they're really not necessarily designed for supercomputers. And they're sometimes not scalable. And so we have to actually work very hard on these types of things. But, you know, we recognize that the scientific community really cares a lot, rightly so, on productivity in addition to just pure performance. And so for us, we want to make sure that, you know, we try to give you the productivity that you need, but still giving you, you know, still worrying some about performance as well. And the other big thing we've been working on is our facility upgrade for Perlmutter and future systems. We're increasing the amount of power coming into the building. We worked very hard on energy efficiency. As Carol said, we're actually one of the most energy efficient supercomputer centers in the world because we use the air of the Bay Area. Even on hot days like today, we can use the air from the Bay Area to keep our supercomputers cool. And so we actually have no chillers. And so it means that we're very, very efficient. And of course, we worry a lot about water usage. And this was really a huge concern of ours because this had to stop during some of the shelter at home orders. And so we had to safely pause all this work. We have to restart it. And now we have to make sure that the work that nurse staff are doing is socially distant from all the facility upgrade work that's going on as well. And of course, we need to have all this done here in short order to take delivery of phase 1 of Perlmutter. So I wanted to actually, you're going to hear more about these additional topics. You know, Perlmutter is coming this year. You all should probably know a lot about Perlmutter already, but it will feature a partition that's GPUs, and the GPU partition will be delivered later this year. And so you all should have access to it early next year. Each GPU node will have 4 ampere GPUs. There'll be 6,000 total amperes within the system. And it'll be connected by a very high-speed Cray slingshot interconnect. And as I said, you know, we've worried really about networking and the file system, and so it'll have a very fast, all-flash Lustre-based file system. And so we're very, you know, very excited about that. You'll be hearing more about that in actually in Tina's talk. In addition to the timeline for you getting access. And then, as I said, you know, and as Carol had mentioned as well, we've spent lots and lots of work working with you all. You know, we've been working with about 25 different teams, but we really focus hard on disseminating all this information to the much broader nurse community, because it's not enough for us just to have these 25 teams running on the GPUs. We need to get a very large fraction of our users running on GPUs during the lifetime of the system. Oops. I don't know why I can't keep doing that.
Okay, great, Sudeep.
Okay, yeah, let me just end there. I seem to have done something with my, oh, here we go.
Oh,
okay, I'm back. So yeah, so I'll just leave it with, I guess I'm out of time. You're going to hear a lot more about this, but we're worried a lot more about data. And so I'll just close with this, but we've supported data analysis for a long time at NERSC. These are some of the projects here on the left. The top row have been going on for actually a long period of time. The bottom set have been more recent. But when we've surveyed all of you, about 35% of you have said that a key part of your project is analyzing experimental data, creating tools for experimental data analysis, or combining experimental data with simulation and modeling. And so this has been a huge kind of a sea change for the user community, and it's also been a huge challenge for us. And as I said, with Corey, we were making changes to make this work possible. And with Perlmutter, we've actually designed the system really worrying about this and worrying about the data software stack. And so we hope it'll be a very productive system for both our simulation and modeling users, as well as our the work that people want to do in data analysis. And so with that, I'm kind of out of time, and I'll pause. Rebecca, I know I'm running late.
Oh, no problem. Thank you so much, Sudeep. So we've got a couple of questions. So I think I can answer the first one. How many Perlmutter GPU nodes will be available in total for phase one? The answer is all of them, and we'll have more details later.
Yeah, it'll be over 6,000, slightly over 6,000, but it'll be about 6,000, and they'll be available in phase one. And as far as plans for future systems beyond Perlmutter, we're looking very hard at what type of system NERSC 10 will be. We expect it to, again, be a heterogeneous system. It really is a challenge with the end of Moore's law. How do we continue to provide more and more computing within a given power envelope? And so I think, one answer to that is heterogeneity, is having different parts of the system that are really tailored to different parts of the workflow. And so that's something that we're engaging some user groups with already. And kind of the other thing with NERSC 10, we really want to focus on workflows. And so we're actually looking at developing some workflow benchmarks instead of our traditional benchmarks to help guide the design of the system. So those are kind of the key things we're looking at. Okay.
All right. Thanks again, Sudeep. This was really great.
Okay, thanks, Rebecca. Thank you all.
Yeah. All right. So up next is a break. So we're going to have a 20-minute break. Let's try to keep with the original schedule and get back at 20 after. And I'll post something up here so that people can know that we are having a break. So. Okay, so we'll see you all at 20 after for our discussion of the Perlmutter system installation and site preparation. All right, it's time for the next session. And so let me introduce the speakers. So for our first speakers, we're going to have Tina DeClerc, Doug Jacobson, and Ben Maxwell, and they're going to be talking about what we're doing on Perlmutter, how it's going to come in. So Tina, are you ready? I think you're muted.
Just a moment, I'm getting my slides shared. Let's see, that's the one. All right, can everybody see the slides? Hoping that's a yes.
Yes.
All right, I will get started then. Well, good morning and good afternoon. I realize we've got a wide range of people here. I will be talking a little bit about the Perlmutter installation and schedule. But I wanted to start by going over some of the work that we've been doing to prepare for Perlmutter. We have 4 what we call centers of excellence. And these are areas that we work with the vendor to try to make sure that things work as we expect them to. So we get early systems to do testing on various aspects of the system, as well as trying to ensure that some of the features that we want our users to be able to have are there and are working. So those areas this time were on system software. And I wanted to say that this software is completely new. Everything that the vendor is basically modernizing it and pulling in a whole bunch of different packages and trying to make them all work in a supercomputer environment. So they have to be performant and be able to stand up to things falling out and things like that, because we have a lot of those sorts of things happening on our systems. So we've been working on this for about almost a year with them. Things are not going quite as smoothly as we'd hoped, so running a little behind on the software, but we've still gotten some experience. We're starting to put this on our on-call rotation for our test system, just so that we can make sure the monitoring is working and to give more experience to all of our staff. Hopefully that will make things smoother when the system comes in.
Tina, can I interrupt you briefly and ask you to turn on captioning? So
Sure, if you tell me how to do that.
I thought it should be right there when you moved your mouse down and it had the different choices.
Down here?
Yeah, but I don't see it. That's frustrating. Okay. I'm sorry to have, well, maybe can you look at that little gear thing, see if there's a captioning there?
Is it part of Zoom or part of?
It's part of Google Slides. You're using Google Slides, right?
Yes.
Okay, I guess not. That's weird. Sorry about that. Carry on.
Okay. The other area is the Slingshot network. And this is, again, a brand new network. It's Ethernet based, so it's not at all like what we have on Cori or what we've had previously. And so this is an area that we've been working on both features as well as the integration between the Slingshot network and the facility. And the storage, we will be one of the first to get this all-flash storage, Lustre storage system. And so we are working through both Lustre features as well as trying to understand how having all-flash might impact our I/O and trying to make sure that that is going to work well for the users. And I'm sure you're all familiar with the NESAP program, where we work with the users to make changes to their code to help them work better on the newer processors. It was on KNL on Cori and now the GPUs. And finally, of course, there is the facility prep that we're doing, but somebody else will be talking about that later. Originally, we had planned to bring Perlmutter in as one big system, but because of some of the delays in various aspects of this, we thought it would be better to get at least some portions of the system in our users' hands earlier. So we decided to go with a phase system. In the first phase, we'll be getting the 35 terabytes of Lustre storage, the login system and configuration nodes. These are called non-compute nodes in case you hear that term. But initially, we're only getting a subset of the temporary login nodes with Rome instead of with the Milan-based nodes. And we'll be getting the 12 GPU racks with what's called Slingshot 10. The Slingshot network has two parts to it. There's the switch, and then there are the network interface cards that go into every node. The switch is ready, and we've been working with that on our test system, but the part that goes in the nodes isn't ready yet. So we will be using a basic Mellanox Ethernet cards to connect the Slingshot Rosetta switches together. Phase 1A is when we will replace the temporary login nodes with the Milan-based nodes, and we're expecting this in the April timeframe. And then phase 2 is when we'll get the Slingshot 11, so we'll be replacing all of those Mellanox NICs with the network interface, the Slingshot network interface cards. And we'll get the 12 CPU racks at that time. So this is the schedule that we're trying to work toward. The phase 1 delivery is actually coming in parts. So we'll first be getting the storage in October, the non-compute nodes in mid-November, which is good. That'll give us some time with those systems to start working through the configuration. And then in mid-December, we'll get the GPU nodes. And then there's obviously some time we need to connect all of the systems. So you have all the water, the power, and then the networking that connects all of the racks together. So that takes probably in the from a week to 2 weeks. And then there's the checkout time. We want to make sure that once everything's connected, that it's working as expected and that nothing kind of shook loose while the system was in shipping and all of those kinds of things. And that typically takes about a week. So it'll be January before we have access to the system to do the pieces that we need to. So we'll start our integration work, and this is slightly complicated by we're getting a version 1.5 release of the Shasta software, which is the management stack and how we configure the system in January. And that has some functionality that we really want to have on the system. So we'll be spending a little time getting that installed and integrated along with doing all the rest of the integration work. And then we'll get the staff on the system so that they can do what they need to make sure the software is working and that we have all of the Slurm up and working as we need to. And during that period, we also have to start acceptance testing. I don't know if you realize it, but we have a 90-page statement of work that has all of the requirements that the vendors has to meet. And although the phase 1 system, we won't run through everything in that document, we will have several aspects of that we need to test before we can accept the system. And then we have 4 parts of our acceptance testing. So we'll start with basic functionality tests. So we just want to make sure that the system is functioning as we expect it to. So that's just running through everything from being able to compile codes to running an LS and making sure that you get what you expect. And then we run through resiliency tests. So we want to make sure that the system is going to continue operating as we defined in the statement of work for anything from node fallout to a portion of the network going out. We might do some injection tests where you're putting in some things that are not, bad things into the code and see how it responds to that. Maybe drop a management node and make sure that everything stays up. All of those kinds of things to make sure that the system is as resilient as we expect it to be. And then there's the performance aspect. So because we don't have the full system, we don't have quite the same criteria, but they still have to meet some basic performance criteria for the phase 1 system. And then finally, we have the availability portion. This is when we typically have users on the system by that time, or at least early users. The plan is to get our NESAP users on early. And this is really a great test because we get the system under load. This is when we find out how the system functions with everything working on the system with the different codes and everything else. One of the things that we run into most of the time on these systems is we test as much as we can before the system comes in and when they're on our test systems. But then when you go to scale, you run into problems that you're not expecting. So those things are what we're working through typically when we bring in these systems. In the May, June timeframe, we'll expect to bring on additional users. And then I wanted to bring up the phase 2 system, which is supposed to start the end of July, around the beginning of August timeframe, because at that point, we're gonna have to pull the system away from the users, because as I mentioned, we need to swap out all of those cards. So that is literally every node has to be removed, and we have to swap out the cards and then put those back into the system. And that just takes a lot of time. We're expecting about 3 weeks of time. And then we have to go through all that standard things that we did for phase 1 in regard to making sure the system is connected correctly and nothing got shaken loose in the delivery, and everything is working as expected. And then we go through our standard acceptance testing on that as well. So we're looking forward to getting a system in our users' hands, but please be patient. We'll be working through issues in the initial parts of the system, as we usually do when we bring in a new system. Report error issues that you run into. That helps us work through all of those issues early on, as early as possible. But please be a little patient. We do what we can to make this as smooth as possible, but there's always problems. And that is all I have. I don't know if you're taking questions now or waiting till the end.
Yeah, sure. We've got one question. We can take that question while the next speaker sets up. So.
Okay, let me unshare.
Okay, so the question is, are the system configuration nodes like the old MomNet?
Not really, no. So the system configuration nodes actually is everything from all of the nodes that we need to run Slurm, to the nodes that boot the system, to those that provide access to file systems for the users. And I mean, all of that is, as well as the management of the system. So all of the pieces that we need just to manage the system.
Okay, great. So Ben, I saw there that yours says captions. So can you please put on captions for us? I had that request. Down here at the bottom, there's Q&A notes. Somehow when that came up.
Too many options. I'm having option overload here. Let's see. I saw an annotate.
Yeah, so it's part of the Google Slides thing.
So Tina, we had one more question that while this is getting set up. Why can the network cards be upgraded rack by rack, letting the bulk of the system be available for use?
Unfortunately, in this case, we are also doing, I didn't bring this up, but we're getting some higher power capable racks for the phase 2 system. So in the process of doing this swap, we are also going to be moving nodes from the lower power racks to the higher power, because the CPUs don't need the higher power, but the GPUs may need that at some point. So if we were to do an upgrade, for instance, so we're going to be swapping those out at the same time. So everything is really going to be in a state of flux. And we won't have tested out the system to make sure that everything is operating correctly.
Okay, thank you, Tina.
Yep.
So Ben, go ahead and hit present. And then, you know, at the bottom, sort of left there, there's something that's got slide 1, Q&A, notes, pointer, captions right there. Hit that. Oh, it disappeared. There.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Oh, it's there. It's very clear to me. It's on the, you know, it's on the slide. Okay, it just reappeared below where your mouse is. Okay, maybe it's being blocked by the Zoom or something. There, right there. Click that.
I'll stop video.
Oh, I see. I think the Zoom is overcoming it. Okay.
What does that do? Because I'll just compensate.
It just makes captions so that people can read what you're saying.
Okay. Should I give it one more shot, or should I go ahead and go?
I guess you can go ahead and go, unless somebody knows of like a keyboard thing that you can do to make it happen. I don't know, I'm afraid.
Yeah, sorry, I've never used that function before, so.
Yeah, it's kind of a new function.
My eyes are fumbling me, so I'm not quite seeing it when it pops up.
All right, that's okay. Just go ahead and get started.
Okay, so sorry about that. I'm Ben Maxwell. I'm the building infrastructure group lead, so I have a little bit of a different function than a lot of NERSC, and that is to help run the facility and sort of be the connection between the computer systems and actually operating the building. So as part of the NERSC 9 project, we have a facility upgrade to perform, which is sort of an odd one-off type of construction project where we're adding new equipment to the building to make sure that we can run Perlmutter when it shows up. So let's see. Well, that didn't help.
I got a suggestion, Ben. Can either Control-Shift-C or Command-Shift-C. Are you on a Mac?
Yeah.
Okay, then Command-Shift-C. So Command, I think, is the funny looking button. Try that.
Tried that.
Command-Shift-C.
Yep.
Did it work?
No, I'm not seeing any changes on my screen at least.
All right, well, that's all right. We'll figure it out. Sorry, people. Carry on.
So Building 59, formerly called CRT, or officially known as Shi-Wang Hall, is a new building on the Berkeley campus. It was, NERSC moved in 2015 and recently actually just moved out of OSF completely. So we're a one building operation now. It's a 4-story, 150,000 square foot building. We've got 20,000 square feet of data center currently fit out and in use. And we've got another 10,000 square feet that we can grow into. The upper 2 floors of the building are about 60,000 square feet of offices, and that's where the majority of NERSC staff reside. And the rest of the building is reserved for mechanical and electrical space and our vaunted conference space for when people can actually be on site. So one thing that's unique about this building is it was designed with the future in mind. So there was a lot of room for modular expansion of the power and cooling, and the NERSC 9 facility upgrade project is doing just that, continuing to grow into the actual building. The building design is premised on using free cooling. So we are very reliant, 100% reliant on the environment to help keep the computers cool. And we've been able to do a very good job at that. Our target power usage effectiveness is 1.1. So we're using about 10% mechanical energy to keep the computer load cool, which is pretty efficient. Our secret weapon in that, our not so secret weapon, is of course the Bay Area weather conditions. That fog coming in every night is always a good sight to those of us that are charged with keeping the building cool, because that means we're going to have an easy night and hopefully not get woken up. The past few days, it feels more like Knoxville in here around the area than it does like San Francisco, but we've been pulling through okay. Just to kind of give you a sample, I've got a weather graph of Berkeley compared to Livermore on the upper graph, and the lower right graph is Berkeley compared to Knoxville, Tennessee. And Berkeley's the green line, so you can see that we've got a weather advantage for a portion of the year. So we maximize that advantage to make sure that we are running as energy efficient as possible with the machines that we have on the floor. If you take a cross section through the building, just to sort of show how airflow works in the building, the lowest level is mechanical, and that's where most of our equipment is. The next level up is the compute floor, and then 2 floors up above that, our office floor. And we basically take nice, cool bay breeze right into the building in the bottom and push that up into the computer room. And we can either recirculate that air if the ambient conditions are correct, or we can exhaust that air out of the side of the building. And so that basically creates our volume of air to just to move air in the right amount of volume to keep the temperatures at the right point. On the water side, the computer systems are load. So we're running cold water through them, and they heat up, all the power usage heats up that water. And the water is returned through a series of pumps and through a heat exchanger, which crosses paths with water on a different loop that is driven by evaporative cooling and our cooling towers that sit outside the building, and another set of pumps. And so those 2 continuous cycles basically give us the cold water we need to keep the computers from overheating. Okay, so I wanted to put in here, as I started out on this project, I was actually the project manager. And so through the eyes of an architect or a project manager, what does the nurse line facility upgrade look like? The answer is very simple: more power and cooling to go with it. And when we started off with the project, we were looking at about 5 megawatts of power with as a minimum. We were hopeful that we could get to 7.5 megawatts, but because of the fortuitous budget availability, we were actually authorized to go with an option package in our design that allowed us to put in 5 new substations, bringing us up to 12.5 new megawatts of power, which was our objective goal. And that actually represents the maximum build out of the south half of the building as it was originally conceived. So we had a tall order to get all that work in place, and we need to finish on time. So generalized project scope, 12.5 megawatts, and that represents 100% increase in the power that we had in the building originally. And in terms of compute power, it represents 167% increase. So in order to get that, we needed to put 5 new electrical substations that are 2.5 megawatts each, 3 new cooling towers, 3 heat exchangers, which are big plate units that weigh about 30,000 pounds each and are fun to move around. Putting in 6 pumps, 3 on each side of our two piping loops, 3 more air handlers, 29 electrical distribution panels, and then along with that, and numerous other smaller issues, is we were looking to enhance our backup power capabilities so that we can ride through PSPS events and other power issues with a little bit more grace and ability to keep systems up. And then we also want to make sure that we maintain our energy efficiency. So looking at it in plan view, if you took a plan view of the building, most of the work here is concentrated towards the south half of the building, north being left of the screen. You can see we've got, can you guys, is my cursor showing up or am I talking blindly?
Your cursor is showing up.
All right, good. I got 1 power at least. So we have air handlers. We have a new double stack air handler here and a new air handler here that's going on top of an existing one, which represented a really tight construction constraint. We've got our heat exchangers in the middle where we change heat between the 2 loops. We have our pumps on either side of the system. This one drives the cooling tower pumps, and this set of pumps over here is the pumps that drive water into the actual systems, and then heat is exchanged there. And our cooling tower basin is outside of the building at the southeast, is where we reject heat to the environment. And then in this spot underneath the drive aisle actually of NERSC is where our south electric room is, where we put the new substations. So all the work is downstairs. The building was prepared to receive this equipment. We're actually doing now about a $50 million construction project, and we have barely set a shovel in the ground on this project. The only time we really did is to set up a temporary restroom for the contractor. So it's pretty unusual to have such a high value project where there's actually no civil work. So now jumping into the meat of the photos here, I've got a set of slide or pictures representing the mechanical scope of work. So we have a lot of piping going in the building that shows up. So this stuff is fabricated off site, it's brought in, it's erected in place, and then it's painted. Here we have one of our new pumps coming in, and it's a pretty big 150 horsepower pump. And this next slide, you can see some of the new piping in place. Existing piping is already painted in white. You can sort of see it's tough working conditions to get this pipe up overhead while the building's operating. And one of the difficult things with all this piping is that it all requires attachment points to the structure above. So you can see all these little plates all have to be strapped up and connected to the floor above in order to get those pipes in. We had some new concrete slabs. So we had concrete work down there, which is a bit dirty. So keeping cleanliness in the facility while we're operating it is always important. Here they're welding up some pumps. This slide here is some of the segments of one of our new air handlers. And you can see this is a Norm Barassa right there for scale. So putting these pieces in was a challenge. They had to be moved in segments and then assembled into on site at the right spot. And we actually had to use the structure above to use to lift these things in place. And here's one of our heat exchangers going into place, which is again a heavy unit and it requires all kinds of specialized rigging equipment to get them in place. Pretty impressive watching people push around a 30,000 pound piece of equipment. The project is a challenge. Doing construction at Berkeley is always fun. We have limited space, so bringing inventory in and construction equipment is always balanced against the inventory of operating the facility. So we have constant discussions about saving space. Safety is the big issue. So working under the floor requires a lot of specialized training and making sure that the outside construction company is aware of all Berkeley's safety rules. We also have a lot of crane lifts. So setting up and mobilizing cranes needs to be reviewed and make sure that there's a safe path from picking the load to placing the load without causing problems and keeping people out of the area. We have a number of code officials that we need to make sure are satisfied that we're meeting the building code. And then we have even the more wild cards. This is a temporary generator that we need to move in for power outages. So providing power while we have to bring power down to perform certain aspects of the construction requires a lot of attention from NERSC to make sure that we can keep as much of NERSC systems alive through those weekend outages as possible. And then this sign here is new COVID restrictions and requirements for the contractor to actually operate on site during the pandemic, which has been an additional challenge, but our contractor has really responded positively and we continue to make progress. So I threw in this picture of the crane because it looks like a pretty big crane, but really it's not. We had Cranezilla back in October of last year, which is an LR 1300 crane. It was used in the construction of the original building, and it actually has a specialized pad outside of the main entrance to the facility that supports it. And we needed this crane to fly in our new cooling tower sections because it's almost a 280-foot reach from the spot the crane sits to where the cooling tower pad is. So you can see the massive counterweights needed to put to make sure the crane doesn't tip over. This was a huge operation. It required a lot of coordination and teamwork. This thing was on site for about 3 weeks. Over here on the right, you can sort of see, this is the top of CRT, and that's the top of the crane boom when it's up and deployed. It was pretty spectacular. So that was a very stressful time on the construction, but we made it through, and all the equipment is in place. Electrically, the best I can describe it as a spaghetti mess. The electrical work all needs to be laid out. It needs to be seismically restrained. There are requirements on radiuses and pathways for all these copper conductors to be in the right spot at the right time. So it is a substantial work of logistics to get a handoff of power at our interface with the lab all the way downstream through the electrical system to this point here, which is the end of the construction project, which are giant Meltric plugs that will receive the whips that come with the racks, the Olympus racks from the system. And here we have just an example of doing some electrical work. There's a lot of danger when you're working around in some partially energized parts in terms of arc flash. So doing electrical work on the lab is a challenge. And the project's been going really well, but I've learned a lot about electrical complexity on this one. And finally, everything started coming together. The construction project is in its final stages. We've got some critical energizations in front of us, but aside from one air handler that's coming in late intentionally per sequence to keep the building cool, we've got all of our pumps in place on the cooling water loop and on the tower loop over here. Our cooling tower array has grown from 4 to 7 cooling towers. So we've maxed out our ability to evaporatively cool. And this is our new double air handler, 18 and 19, that's at the south end of the building. And this was a picture just taken on Friday as we were actually performing a data center clean, starting to prepare the space to receive Perlmutter. And the units that are on the floor right now here are the power distribution units that will power up the river racks. And you can see some of the high performance distribution panels back behind that. And I just received a text about 5 minutes ago that the demising wall that we've had in place for the better part of a year or longer has finally been taken down, and we've got one big open data center again. So that was the end of my presentation.
All right, great. Thank you, Ben. So are there any questions for Ben while we prepare for the next speaker? All right, well, thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
go ahead and stop sharing. And then our last speaker in this series is Doug Jacobson. And so take it away, Doug.
Hi, Rebecca. Thank you. Can you give me a sense of how long I have?
I'll give you 10 minutes.
Okay. I think, let's see. I believe you should have captions now. I can see.
Yes, you did good.
Correct. Okay, so I'm going to talk briefly about some of what we are doing to actually integrate the system in. So you've seen the schedule, you've seen the facility that it will go into, and I'll try to connect to both of those things. So as you saw with the schedule, we're breaking the system into two parts. And everything we're talking about in this talk is stretching basically from, well, honestly, it covers this entire map. That's because the integration of the system is a major effort that takes a lot of time. So let's just talk about a very simple model of the machine as it exists, and then we'll start to zoom out. So you've heard that we're going to have compute nodes. That's great. That's sort of the whole point of the thing. And that will represent the great bulk of the system in terms of both power usage and, of course, your effort. We have this really cool all flash scratch file system that will be connected directly to the compute nodes via the high-speed network. And then, of course, this is what's all new, especially to my team, is the complete revamp of the system software stack, which is almost entirely focused on these non-compute nodes. From the user perspective, things should look pretty similar, just similar to Cori in many ways. You'll have SLES 15, probably as Service Pack 2 by then. You'll have Cray's programming environment. It might be updated, and I think Rebecca will give you an overview of some of those changes that might be there, but fundamentally, it'll be very similar to what you're used to. What has changed for us is that HPE has completely replaced the architecture that we use to present the system to you today with a new Kubernetes-based system. And what's interesting about this is cloud software. And obviously we have a fixed scale machine, so it's not really a cloud resource. So what's the value in doing that? Well, it's that, one of the things that happens today is that if we need to do a maintenance on the system, we have to take the whole thing down. And that's because the design philosophy of Cori is that it's one computer. And so if you want to put it, like when you update your Mac, if you need to install the new version of the OS, it needs to get rebooted. Well, Cori is the same way. It's one computer from the perspective of the system software. With Kubernetes, we'll be able to get much better sort of abilities to fail certain portions of the system and bring up new portions of the system sort of in lockstep so that we can avoid some of the sort of all or nothing updates that we get today. This also flows through in other ways. The organization of our machine is, instead of having very sort of purpose-specific service nodes, we will now have very generic ones. In fact, you might notice, and I think Rebecca will talk more about this later, but you'll notice that there's no login nodes listed anywhere here. And that's because of the way the system is now organized. We don't need to dedicate nodes specifically to that purpose if we choose not to. And we'll just tease with that and we'll keep going. Now, Ben gave us a really great overview of the facility, and this is HPE's Cray Olympus cabinet. Well, this is 4 of them plus its cooling unit, and this is what most of the work that Ben was talking about will be used to integrate in with. And so so what's new for us is so the XC systems that we operate for you today has liquid cooling, but it's not direct liquid cooling that goes all the way to the compute blades. So that's new. I've never managed a system like this, so I sort of assumed that we were going to end up, talking about the latest algae bloom or something like that in our operational meetings. That's kidding. But in any case, so this architecture is all new in terms of the hardware. Again, what you will see will not be very different. But what is interesting, perhaps to you, I saw there was a question about why can't we just keep the system up by replacing network cards live. Now, we can't happen to that phase 1 to phase 2 transition that way. But as the system goes into full operations, any of these components can fail, potentially without removing access to the rest of the system. Now, again, this is all new to us, so it may take us a little while before we get really good at being able to manage the system in such a way that enables that. But the capability should be there. And so in particular, the system itself will have more than one network interface for each compute node. So that will give us the opportunity to potentially fail a compute node's interface in order to do an update. Moving forward, so I showed you this plot before, this graph before that shows us a nice sort of simple view of the system. But as we begin to think about integrating it into the rest of NERSC, then the picture becomes much more complicated. And we'll talk about just sort of samples of each of these things. So we have, like you saw before, we have our management cluster of non-compute nodes. We have our compute nodes, and we have our Scratch file system. Most of these are connected by the high-speed network. All of these are connected by the site access network. It's also sort of the management network. And if you look, we actually have pathways that connect the site access network to the NERSC network, and we have the high-speed network also directly connected to the NERSC network. In addition, a subset of our worker nodes and our utility nodes are all directly connected to the NERSC network. I'm hiding some aspects of complexity here. It turns out there's actually multiple NERSC networks that are being represented in this plot, but let's keep it simple. And there's a lot of really important capabilities that NERSC provides that all need to be integrated, such as SPIN. We'll need to provide direct integrations with SPIN. IRIS in order to provide overall command and control of user jobs on the system. Monitoring, this is critical for on-call support. And of course, all the many, I've only called out CFS and home directories, but all the many file systems that you rely on to do your work. Plus the internet, so you can sign in, transfer data. So let's focus on monitoring for a second. So as Tina mentioned, we are actually working to start bringing our test system into an on-call support model now. And that's really just so everybody can start to get used to this, and we can build up the expertise in monitoring that's needed to provide excellent support for this machine. So, what does this look like? Well, so things that we expect and need to have are things like failure alerting. So if a compute node fails, we need to know. If a Kubernetes pod that's running, a boot service fails, we need to know, and we need to potentially go fix it or file a case with HPE or whatever the need may be. In addition, this pathway on the new system will provide useful things like LDMS metrics, so that we can get job and usage statistics centrally organized and collated. And then in addition, this will also provide really critical environmental integration. So Ben brought up the efficiency that we expect to have out of the facility integrated with the machine. That doesn't happen just by integrating with the external environment. It also happens by the system responding to the conditions of both the facility and the environment itself, and with tight coupling of communication. And so that's all run through the monitoring infrastructure. So that's really critical to get right. And so we need to start doing this now, so that we so that by the time we're starting to bring Perlmutter to you, it's ready. And as I mentioned, this is really necessary for on-call support. So that's why we're getting started there. File system integration. This is an extremely hand-wavy diagram, and that's on purpose. And that's because we actually have a lot of really interesting options. So the new high-speed network architecture plus the overall architecture of the system actually gives us multiple potential pathways that we can consider integrating the file systems. We're testing different ideas right now, and we will have the ability, so what we do for acceptance, may look similar to what you've seen today, but as the system evolves over time, we may have the options to pick sort of the right solution for each file system type as it comes. And that will depend a great deal on the maturity of the system software and the connection points between the different vendors that we have. So I don't want to make any promises, but what I wanted to show you was that we have a lot of flexibility in this space that we haven't had before. And of course, as I'm trying to point out with these blue lines, we have direct connections to the all-Scratch file system, all-flash Scratch file system that's on the machine. And so that will be we don't need flexibility for that one. It's just built in. Slurm integration. I'm just going to give a teaser on this one, but it really sort of ties everything together in the machine. And so, you know, in order for Slurm to do its job, it needs to have access to user login information. It needs to know your project limits. It needs to know details of your account information. And of course, it needs to integrate with all that, all the node status and the rest of the schedule. So in order to do that, again, this is an off-system integration in that we have to pull in data from the Iris and login infrastructure. And that will likely go over the non-high-speed network, so the site access network. And that will allow us to run, and this will be new for us, but run the Slurm controller directly through Kubernetes. The advantage to that is, again, we get better sort of overall resilience and better automation around how we manage and run Kubernetes. So that's also sort of a new work in progress. But then it will still connect out to all the compute nodes, which will run the Slurm node daemons just as it always has. So once again, the compute nodes end up looking very typical, and then there's a lot more flexibility sort of baked into this non-compute node layer. I've been trying to go quickly. I've definitely left out a lot, but I'm just trying to give you a taste of the type of things that we're doing today to prepare for Perlmutter tomorrow. And so, you know, the key point, the thing to take away from this is that the updated network and system software introduce a lot of new challenges for us, but also a lot of really exciting new opportunities. In particular, we can expect to deliver more options for how we integrate each capability to bring it both optimized for both performance and reliability. So that'll be sort of an exciting change, I think. And as we integrate these features, it will be a phased approach. Much like the system is phased in terms of its hardware delivery, our ability to sort of adapt to and enable these features will come online better and better as it goes. So, okay, I reached the conclusion of my talk. Are there any questions that people wanted to go through?
Yeah, it looks like we've got 2 questions. So first, will the Scratch file system be available from Cori, or will we need to manage moving files between Scratch systems ourselves? Kind of like how we did with Cori Scratch on Edison.
Right. So at present, we don't have plans for making Cori Scratch file system available. Now, part of that is sort of the same problem that Edison had. I actually was really interested in bringing over Edison's file systems, but it was hard to make the argument about doing the integration with a file system that will retire during the lifetime of the machine that we're targeting. So that's one issue. The second issue is that the scope of the system integration right now just does not include that, because there's so much other work to do that, you know, we're really focused first and foremost on bringing up just the needed things for this machine. But I'd be really interested to know more use cases and how people would take advantage of that.
Okay, great. Our second question is, the diagram suggests that CFS will be accessed through Cray DVS. Will this be the case? Are there plans for native GPFS on the compute nodes?
I don't want to comment on that quite yet. Like I said, that you're sort of pointing at one of the integration options, and that's something that we're really interested in testing and trying to understand. And that would be, by the way, this route shown going through. It actually could potentially go either route in terms of how that integration would work. We have detailed plans for that, but without more information and actually starting to have the more sort of mature system software where we can really dial in that testing, it's really hard for me to give a good forecast of what we will achieve. But what I'm trying to tease out is that there may be some possibilities for tighter integrations onto the machine with GPMS.
Okay, and our last question, how large will the flash storage be?
My memory is 35 petabytes.
I'm sure we have that somewhere on our website. I don't remember exactly either.
Well, so the key thing to think about here is that Cori has a huge Scratch file system at 30 petabytes, and Perlmutter at its much greater capacity has a very tiny Scratch file system at 35 petabytes. So it's just it will be very it will be even though it's a roughly similar size file system, it'll be the speed of it, I think, actually sort of will make it more usable than what we have today. So it's very exciting.
All right, great.
Okay.
Well, thanks. Thanks, Doug.
35 is correct.
Great.
Okay. You have a good memory, Doug. 35. All right. So our next speaker is me. So let me get that queued up. All right, everybody, thanks so much for joining us. So I'm going to talk about Perlmutter access, allocations, and user environment. So let me also turn on the captions. Okay, so first we're going to talk about access and allocations. Then we're going to talk about the user environment, kind of provide an overview of what it's going to look like. And then we'll end with learning opportunities. Okay, so first, you may have seen this. I know you did see this diagram in many other talks. But the important relevant part of this diagram is this part right here. So between April and June, that's what we're talking about. So in about April, we're gonna let everybody get on phase 1 of Perlmutter. And the phase 1 is just the GPU nodes. And the purpose is so you can do code development and small scale testing. And then we also have priority access for large scale testing and project milestones. So like the NESAP teams and the ECP teams, we'll let them do their big things while everyone else is there doing code development and small testing. And so this is very similar to what we did with Corey last time. Okay, then in May, then we'll allow large scale access for everyone. And in order to take advantage of that, though, you'll need to go through GPU readiness evaluation. Again, this is very similar to what we did for the Corey KNO. And key GPU-enabled community apps that people commonly use, such as VASP, they will be readily available on the machine. You won't need to compile yourself. Okay, so now allocations. So you know you can get on, but like how much can you use? Okay, so in 2021, all time will be free. So we're not charging. But that also means that we don't make any commitment for how many hours are actually available. And since this is a friendly user sort of a mode, you should expect that there will be outages for testing and stabilization and things like that. So just have to be flexible with us, and we'll be flexible about the time. So ERCAP requests for the Perlmutter resource will begin for allocation year 2022. And at that point, we will charge you. And now you might be wondering, okay, what are we going to charge you? Well, we're going to do 2 separate buckets. This is the first time that we've done that, at least recently. So we're going to have GPU node hours and we're going to have CPU node hours. And so your GPU node hours, obviously they apply to the Perlmutter GPU nodes. The CPU node hours will apply to Perlmutter CPU nodes and the Corey, Haswell, and KNL nodes. So now these different types of node hours will not be interchangeable. And of course, the CPU node hour charges will incorporate a performance scale factor for each of the 3 different types of nodes. And so the precise numbers of those are not available yet, but we're working on figuring that out. Okay, so the Perlmutter architecture, you may have seen this diagram before. And so this is basically what the machine is going to look like. So the big thing that I want to focus on today is what happens when you log in. So you're going to log in by doing SSH login.sol.NERSC.gov. Okay, so what's going to happen there is from a user perspective, each user is going to be in a container that's orchestrated by Kubernetes. And so the cool thing about this is it's kind of flexible. So it's going to spin up resources for you as needed. And you're going to be insulated from other users' behavior better than you are currently on Cori. And also we'll also have Jupyter available for login because that's really popular and really useful for a lot of people. Okay, but of course I'm focusing on the SSH experience here. So the login node, when you get on there, it's going to be largely familiar. It's going to look very similar to what you see on Cori. There's a couple of differences. So the main difference is that we plan to use what's called LMOD instead of modules. So these are hierarchical based modules. And so what this should do is it should make it a lot easier for you to be able to find and load modules. We're looking to also do this on Cori at the beginning of allocation year 21, but we haven't quite assessed the efficacy of that or when we'll be able to do it. But that's a plan that we currently have. Also the programming, oops, sorry, I pushed the wrong button. The programming environments will be different. So for example, there will be no Intel programming environment since we don't have any Intel processors at all. And in fact, here's the programming environments that we're going to have. So we're going to have PGI, CCE, which is the Cray programming environment, GNU, and LLVM. And so these will support the majority of the different programming paradigms that users are going to use in all of the different environments. But some of them, like if you want to run on GPUs, you can't use CCE. But otherwise, you should be able to use all of these just about for everything. Okay. So our software. So we will provide many libraries for users through the LMOD modules. And then you'll be able to compile any software that's not provided. So we're going to have a user spec instance like we currently have on Cori. And you can take advantage of pre-existing recipes for your software if they exist there. And of course, we still provide help to install in your user or project space. We'll definitely give you some advice there. Something new that is going to be on machines is the Cray Minerva Data and Analysis Software Stack. So the Minerva software stack includes Anaconda Python, Spark, R, TensorFlow, Keras, Caffe, and PyTorch. So this is all pretty exciting, and that these will be provided and they'll be optimized for the machine by the vendor. Okay, well, now when you want to run a job, what's going to happen? Okay, well, we're going to continue to use Slurm, just like we currently use on Cori. You'll have an additional flag needed for requesting your GPU or your CPU resources. Just like currently on Cori, you've got to do the -C. And so we haven't quite established what our queue policies are going to be, but you should expect that it would resemble the Cori queue policies in most ways. Okay, so next we'll talk about learning opportunities. So training, we're going to do a lot of training to get people on Perlmutter for your diverse interests and levels of expertise. So how to use the system, it's a big one. How to compile codes, performance optimization, a deep dive on the NVIDIA A100 architecture for those who might be interested in that. Learning about development tools, machine learning, chemistry and material science applications, and much more. So Sudeep mentioned the office hours concept. So over the past 2 years, we developed and deployed office hours, kind of like university office hours. And, you know, we've covered stuff like ERCAP, MFA, KNL. And so we're going to continue to offer similar opportunities for one-on-one help with targeted topics. However, our thought was to replace the open office hours with appointment scheduling, because what tends to happen from our point of view is we sit there in the Zoom meeting and we wait and then suddenly 10 people arrive all at once. So instead of having that happen, we can just have little appointments that you can schedule on a much broader, different days of, you know, maybe for over a week instead of just for one day. And so anyway, that's what we're planning to do. So we have some ideas for topics of what we want to cover in office hours, but also we really want to hear from you all about what you're interested in. So we're putting together a survey in a few weeks, so please be on the lookout for that survey about the different topics that you might be interested in learning about for the office hours. Okay, the final thing is hackathons. So there are many different types of hackathons. You may have heard about these, but basically the idea is you pair code in teams along with the help of experienced mentors. This gives you an opportunity to learn new tools, new profiling techniques, just new stuff. You can identify, explore, and directly fix problems with your code during these hackathons. You can research and learn about new coding strategies and methods, develop contacts for future collaboration, code development and support. And now we have these virtual ones. They used to be kind of in-person format, but now they're virtual. And, you know, obviously we're still learning about how to work it, but it's coming along. And I think these are still a great opportunity for people. So there's sort of three main types that we're kind of promoting anyway. So there's GPU hackathons that are hosted by NVIDIA, OpenACC, and a local host. And so these are kind of intense 4-day programs with a lot of preparation and follow-up. And they have these fairly frequently year-round. So you can go to www.gpuhackathons.org and you can find out more about these hackathons. And they are, like I said, they're year-round, they're around the world. So I think it's a great opportunity for people if you want to take advantage of one of those. So next thing is we've got the Center of Excellence hackathon. So we have a Center of Excellence with Cray for application performance. And so the way these used to work in the BC era, and that's not, you know, the ancient era, that's before COVID, we would have 6 weeks of intense preparation and then 1 week of full-time hacking. But now we've kind of changed it to 12 weeks of kind of lower intensity work with HPE and NVIDIA. And these are collaborative events. And we hold these quarterly. And so for more info, you can see the next slide. And then finally, we've got NERSC hackathons. And so these are kind of maybe less structured than these other ones. They have a variety of formats, but often it's a 1 or 2 day event with speakers to start off on, and then you follow up with hands-on development on your code. And we hold these periodically and they are kind of thematic. And the way you can find out about them is through the NERSC weekly email and the NERSC website. So the upcoming COE hackathons, right now we're seeking 4 NESAP teams to commit to about 12 weeks of collaboration with HPE and NVIDIA on GPU performance optimization and tuning their codes. So all NESAP teams encouraged to apply, even tier 2 NESAP teams. If you've already participated in a hackathon, that's fine, you can apply again. Please contact Brian Friesen if you're interested in participating in one of these hackathons. Okay, so at this point, I'm happy to take any questions.
Hi, Rebecca, this is Richard. I see two questions. The first is about porting code to Perlmutter, so why don't we defer that to Jack, who's going to speak next. And the next one was a question about the name of the login nodes. Is it just sol.nurse.gov or is there additional word in there?
Yeah, so there's going to be an additional word. So there's going to be login.sol.nurse.gov. And the reason is because we're also going to have jupiter.sol.nurse.gov. And this is a little bit more of the logical way of organizing it. And our login nodes are going to be named like login1.sol.nurse.gov, login 2, instead of being named like we have them right now, Corey 1, Corey 2. So that's the logic behind that.
And then there's another question about the replacement for Intel MKL. So we could either defer that to Jack next, if you don't want to take it, Rebecca, or I encourage people to go to the application performance and portability across centers and architectures breakout at 12:30.
Right, either of those are good choices.
Yeah, so we'll leave it up there for now.
Okay, perfect. So it looks like I managed to come in under time. And so that's perfect. So our next speaker is Jack Deslip. So Jack, do you want to share your screen?
Hey, can people hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so let me go into presentation mode and I will try to turn on captions. Let's see. I don't have captions. Oh, no, I do. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to tell you about our application readiness plans for Perlmutter. And I'm not sure exactly what the question was, but hopefully I'll cover it here, and if not, I can address it at the end of the presentation. So the first thing I want to talk about is just a little bit about the Perlmutter architecture and the NERSC roadmap. So I think you heard some of this from Sudeep this morning, but Perlmutter has really been designed as a system optimized for science, and we're planning to have it delivered in these 2 phases, where we'll get the GPU nodes first, just later this year, and then next summer the CPU only nodes. I want to kind of talk a little bit about the architecture and how this is relevant to porting your applications to the system. So let me first discuss the CPU nodes. So we'll be getting a fairly large CPU only partition that is about the performance of the Cori system today. These will be based on AMD Milan CPUs with 64 cores or greater. I think what I'm showing here are the Rome specs. The AMD Milan specs haven't been exactly released yet, so you can expect just kind of greater than or equal to the Rome specs here. One of the things I want to point out is that if you've spent time investing in your code for the Cori KNL nodes, I think you're going to be in really good shape for these AMD Milan CPUs. They have a similar core count. You'll be able to take advantage of the vector units, and we kind of expect codes optimized for KNL are going to run great on these Milan CPUs. On the other hand, if you have been using the Haswell CPUs on Cori effectively, we think that the ramping up to use the Milans effectively will probably be easier than the KNLs. These are kind of more traditional CPU cores than you find in the KNLs. So if you've been running well on Cori KNL, you're going to be in great shape. And I think it's an easier on-ramp to kind of the many core future for people who have been using the Haswells. If we now talk about the GPU nodes, there's really a lot of exciting aspects to these nodes. So these are going to be using the recently announced Ampere generation of GPUs from NVIDIA. Each node will have 4 A100 GPUs. That's the code name for these Amperes, and 1 AMD Milan CPU. There's some of the high level features on these GPUs that are somewhat new are the existence of the new NVLink 3 connection between the 4 GPUs on the node. The connection between the CPU and GPU will still be PCI Express. There's now extended access, to the tensor cores on the nodes, and by extended access, I mean they now cover 32 and 64-bit math. In addition, we plan to support GPU direct communication. So this is sort of the accelerated MPI aware, or sorry, CUDA aware MPI communication between GPUs on the same node and also between GPUs on different nodes. And also a new capability of the GPUs in Ampere is the multi-instance GPU technology that lets us split the GPUs into potentially smaller chunks so that a single user could split jobs across a GPU, or potentially multiple users could be sharing access to a GPU. There's some exciting advances between the V100 and A100. So this is the older Volta generation of GPU and the newer Ampere generation that you can see in this table. You can see that the floating point peak has more than doubled, and the doubling of performance there is dependent on using these new FP64 tensor cores. So you have to be using the matrix multiply instructions in your application. If we go to the other sort of extreme, the FP16 peak, so that would be like half precision. You can see that if you're using the tensor cores, you're getting again more than a doubling in terms of peak performance. So that's really exciting as well. Some of this increase in performance is coming from an increase in the number of SMs. So we're going from 80 to 108. And in addition to the floating point performance increase, we're seeing a significant increase in the memory bandwidth, going from around 900 gigabytes per second to over 1500 gigabytes per second in the A100s. And I think one of the things that I'm really the most excited about is the memory size. If you look at the GPUs that are in Summit or in the Core GPU nodes that we have now, they have 16 gigabytes. There was, I guess, a 32 gigabyte option for V100. But the A100s that we're going to be getting will have 40 gigabytes of memory per GPU. And I think that's really kind of groundbreaking and is going to make a huge difference for scientific applications. You can now just fit much bigger problems onto the GPU, and it in many ways kind of reduces the dependency on the CPU to GPU bus in terms of performance. Another significant difference between V100 and A100 is this increase in the L2 cache size, going up by almost an order of magnitude. And we're expecting that to have a really positive impact on application performance as well. And then the shared memory, or sort of the L1 cache level, has also increased by about 50%, which I think we're excited about. Okay, so how does this all work in terms of real applications? Well, we are still kind of getting our hands on the A100s. This is some of the numbers that NVIDIA marketing has shown. A couple of these are NESAP applications. And so you're seeing, they're seeing anywhere between 1.5x and 2x speedups when using the A100s versus the V100s on kind of a range of applications. One of the things I want to point out is that we see Perlmutter as part of our kind of bigger transition towards these energy efficient exascale-like architectures. And this is a slide that I think Sudeep also showed this morning. And you can, the story here is that this transition started with the Cori system, is continuing with Perlmutter, and we're expecting this trend towards energy efficient architectures is going to continue. If we talk about why we're moving to these architectures, why GPUs, this is an example of energy to solution from one of our NESAP applications, comparing Edison and Summit for different size calculations. So if you compare the same shapes of the red curves here versus the blue curves here, you can see that the time to solution is sort of an order of magnitude better, but the average power is also being reduced. And so if you multiply time by power, you get energy. And so if you look at the diagonal here, you're seeing, an order of magnitude increase in the energy efficiency of these calculations as we're moving from the Edison system that we just retired to kind of GPU technology that we're going to deploy in our upcoming Perlmutter system. And I'll point out that GPUs are really the new or the near future technology for all of the DOE kind of leadership class systems, and that includes Perlmutter with the NVIDIA Ampere GPUs, as well as the planned Aurora and Frontier systems, which will have Intel and AMD GPUs. So if you're sort of interested in computing in the DOE ecosystem in the near future, I think GPUs are going to be something that's on your horizon. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about application readiness for Perlmutter, what we've been doing, and what kind of opportunities exist for all of you to get involved. The way that we see this is that we together have a common challenge, and that's really how to enable our diverse community. We're 7,000 plus users strong, 800 plus projects, 700 codes. And we as a community want to run on advanced architectures like Perlmutter and beyond. So our strategy at NERSC has been to engage pretty deeply with a small number of teams, around 25 NESAP projects spanning different science domains, and then take the lessons learned from that effort and apply that to training, to documentation, to public events that we host with the community at large. So our engagements within the 25 projects is run under the NESAP program, and that includes engagements with the vendors as well, hackathons, and NRE investment, and it includes also a postdoc program where we partner postdoctoral fellows with those 25 code teams. And then the opportunities for you all to get involved include the training events, tutorials, and the public hackathons that Rebecca just mentioned, going and participating in conferences and workshops where some of this work is published. And one of the final things I want to talk about here is that we have a number of GPU nodes available on Cori, and you can apply for access now. If you basically go to this URL, it'll give you some instructions on how to get access to the Cori GPU nodes now. I want to talk a little bit about just the early NESAP progress. We've been really pretty happy with the performance teams have been getting. If we're projecting just the GPU partition of Perlmutter speed up over the Edison system, here's where a lot of the applications are. And I think you can see that there are applications in each one of these different color areas, which are different, which are meant to represent different kind of algorithmic motifs that are doing really well, that are easily over 10x projected speed up. And that's what you're seeing here on this plot. So continuing on, I just wanted to re-emphasize one of the things that Rebecca has brought up, and that's the hackathons. So these are really useful events, and in some ways I think that these are kind of at the heart of our application readiness effort. They really kind of take people out of their day job for a week, or in this kind of new pandemic world, a number of hours per week. And they tend to be extremely productive events where people and teams really make a kind of concentrated push to improve their application and have kind of significant results kind of produced during the week. One of the things I wanted to just highlight, and I know that Rebecca talked about it as well, is that the community hackathons that are advertised at gpuhackathons.org are really open to everyone. You don't need to be an ESAP team. You don't need to be an Insight team at ORNL. And this is a great way to work with really smart people. The mentors are chosen from NVIDIA staff, nurse staff, ORNL staff, or just community mentors. And they're really well organized by NVIDIA and others. And I can't recommend them enough for co-teams to look into. So one of the lessons that we learned from preparing applications for Cori is that optimizing your code can often be a challenging endeavor, particularly to get started. And what we often need is a way to characterize an application and kind of direct which kind of optimization pathways will be profitable. And one of the ways that we found to do that effectively was to use this roofline performance analysis model. So we find that users kind of want to know, what part of my code should I move to the GPU? How do I know which hardware feature to target? And how do I know how my code is kind of performing in an absolute sense? And this is where roofline is really effective. And so one of the things that we've been doing is putting this front and center in our training and hackathons and workshops with users. And so we worked with NVIDIA in particular to get this automated and now integrated into NVIDIA's Insight tool. And so this here is a screenshot of what that tool looks like at the bottom left there. And we recommend you kind of participate in one of these training sessions or get your hands on this latest version of the Insight profiler and try it out for yourself. I want to point out that we're taking sort of a practical approach when it comes to supporting existing GPU apps. I think we recognize that many of you out there in the community have apps that are already have already been developed to take advantage of GPU acceleration. And so we basically plan to support all of the different programming models that are out there today. So for example, CUDA, CUDA Fortran, OpenACC, COS, and Raja. I think if you're using one of these applications or another application that uses one of these program models, we expect it to run just fine on the system. On the other hand, we do think that OpenNP is a particularly profitable way to port applications from, that we're sort of targeting Cori and multi or many core architectures and port them to GPUs. And so we have entered an NRE contract with PGI to develop OpenMP offload support in the PGI compiler. And this is ongoing. We have a number of development targets over the next year or so. And the PGI folks are working with a subset of our NESAP applications as they develop this capability and are working on both correctness and performance of the implementation. So we expect that this will be available for everybody to try around the time of Perlmutter's delivery. Okay, so I just want to kind of close here by highlighting some of the success stories that have come out of this NESAP program, and hopefully motivate everybody that the combination of the new hardware and the effort that you put into your code can really enable transformative sort of science that couldn't have been done without either of those two aspects working together. So when it comes to what was done on Cori, or in some cases, I guess, NESAP projects using Summit, we've had a large number of really compelling success stories. So one of them is this Gordon Bell Prize that was awarded in SC18 to exascale deep learning for climate segmentation. So this was sort of led by NERSC staff, run on Summit using the GPUs, and additionally included a component, from a component from calculations being run on the Cori system. Obviously, that one of the things that we're really excited about for Perlmutter is that the GPUs have really high capability around deep learning that the KNLs were lacking. We had a number of other really impressive science runs on Cori that came out of this collaboration with NERSC staff. So we have the largest ever quantum circuit simulations, full scale stellar merger simulations. A really exciting one in the data space was this first ever Julia application to achieve over 1 petaflop. And I think a really compelling science case was this computation of the 3-point correlation function in cosmology, which was really one of these kind of open grand challenge questions in the field that was really only able to be addressed by both the delivery of a new system as well as the algorithmic work that the team put into the problem. We do have a NESAP application that is a 2020 Gordon Bell finalist. This is one that's kind of near and dear to my heart. The Berkeley GW team completed, I guess, the largest ever excited state calculation using 30,000 GPUs. This was on Summit and achieving over 100 petaflops of peak performance. And these kind of large defect calculations are where the material science community is moving in terms of sort of physics calculations for a number of different applications. One of which would be like quantum computing. Some of these defect states can be used as qubits and potential quantum devices going forward. I want to highlight one other project here, the LAMPS NESAP effort. So LAMPS is part of the ECP Exalt project. They've been working with NERSC on accelerating their code for Perlmutter, really as a waypoint to the exascale systems at Argonne and Oak Ridge as well. And it's often the case in MD calculations that the bottleneck is really the calculation of the forces or the potentials on the atoms, and that's no different here. So I want to highlight that one of the really profitable things the team did in this case was developed a mini app that they called Test Snap. Snap is the particular form of the potential that they were using. And they brought this to a number of hackathons and made some really big progress in terms of accelerating the calculation of these forces on GPUs. And through the development of this Test Snap mini app, the team has both now a Cocos and an OpenMP 4.5 implementation. And they were able to then port back the optimizations they did into the LAMPS code. And here on the right, you can see the improvements in this application over time as a result of going to the hackathons and some of the work between the hackathons. But these near vertical increases are a result of participating in these community hackathons that I sort of advertised earlier in the presentation. So one final example is the Smith-Waterman alignment on GPUs. This is part of the Exabiome NESAP application. And bioinformatics can sometimes be sort of a challenging space for GPU optimization or attaining GPU performance. But this was a really clever team that has developed a kind of novel Smith-Waterman alignment algorithm for multiple GPUs. You can see it's the fastest ever GPU implementation for both DNA and protein alignment. And they're able to basically beat the CPU on a performance per watt basis at this point, with more development continuing. So hopefully that all motivated you to participate and join us in a future event. So I just want to conclude here by saying that we're really looking forward to seeing you and working with you at a future event. Two URLs that you should check out here are the nurse training URL that Rebecca spent a lot of time discussing, as well as the GPUhackathons.org event, where you're welcome to participate regardless of your status in NESAP, or really regardless of whether you're a DOE HPC user or not. Okay, so I will close there and can take any questions.
All right, so we've got a few questions. So I think the first one was probably already answered about how much additional work is needed to port the codes to Perlmutter if you're using Core GPU. So there's not a whole lot of work that needs to be done for that, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. So if you're already on Core GPU and you're effectively using that, I think your code will definitely compile and run. There may be some additional features for the A100s that I talked about that you might want to tweak your code for, but I think that's sort of a second order optimization.
Okay, so the second question is, what would be the basic linear algebra library that users are going to use, given that MKL is not available on Perlmutter?
Yeah, so on the CPUs, we'll be using sort of the AMD equivalents to MKL, and or the Cray libsci libraries. When it comes to the GPUs, I think we're mostly planning to use the cuBLAS, cuSolver, and cuFFT libraries. We have identified some gaps there. One of the bigger gaps is the lack of anything like Scalapack. We're actively working with NVIDIA and others to fill that gap. One of the ECP software technology projects called Slate is working to fill that gap as well, and we're actively communicating with those folks to get that on to Perlmutter. I would say that if you're worried about a particular library call where you think there's a gap, you're welcome to reach out to me and we can chat about it.
Okay, so next question. Given that each of the 3 user facilities are going to have different brands/flavors of GPUs, is there a plan for exposing things like tensor cores in a portable way, especially with Fortran?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think the answer is yes. Right now, the main way that you would take advantage of the tensor cores is just through cuBLAS calls. and well, I guess cuBLAS itself is not portable per se, but tools like Hipify, for example, that turn CUDA code into HIP code can handle those calls. There are APIs that allow you to utilize the tensor cores at a lower level, but I think we aren't really expecting a lot of users to use that to really use those directly. Of course, I should mention that the other big way to use the tensor cores is through like machine learning frameworks like TensorFlow or PyTorch, and those are of course portable as well.
Okay, 2 more questions and then we're gonna have to close it because we need to have our break. So do any of the codes used for the GPU benchmarking involve solving large multi-node matrix equations?
So I'm not quite sure what the person who asked this question means by GPU benchmarking, but there are definitely NESAP codes that are involve large multiple node solvers, as well as large multi-node like dense linear algebra. So I guess I think the answer is yes, but I'm not quite sure which benchmarks they're referring to.
Okay, and final question, is NERSC planning to host any AMD GPUs or Intel Xe GPUs so that NERSC users can develop portable codes?
I think the answer is no for right now, but one of the exciting things that Perlmutter's architecture will enable is for us to potentially have some number of exploratory nodes or racks kind of attached to the system. And so it's possible that in the future we'll have some additional types of accelerators on the system and then for exploratory purposes, but I guess no plans for that right now.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so we were supposed to have our break. I was supposed to start at 11:40. We're running over a little bit. So I guess we're going to have a really short break. So I'll see you all back here in about 8 minutes. Steve, he's here. But he's dead. Okay. Cool. Okay, that's good. Okay, well, I have like 1 minute till I gotta get started here. All right, so we're ready to get started again. So the speakers for this session on super facility and gateways for experimental and observational data are Debbie Bard and Corey Snavely from NERSC. So Debbie, please take it away. And if you don't mind enabling the captions.
Will do. All right. Okay, and there's the captions on there. All right, okay, so I can see the captions. All right, thanks everyone for joining us for this session. So Corey and I are going to be talking about the super facility project, what this the concept of super facility is, and some of the work we've been doing in the computing sciences to enable data science at NERSC and elsewhere. And we're going to have a real focus on gateways for experimental and observational data that Corey will take in the second half of the talk. Okay, so the super facility concept is an ecosystem of connected facilities. And that's kind of the most simple way that you could think of a super facility as being just connected facilities. So that would be perhaps experimental facilities and networking facilities and compute facilities connected together. But really, in order for the super facility concept of connected science to really work, it has to also include software and expertise. Otherwise, it's just not enough to simply connect places. You need to have a full holistic model for integrating them. So this has been a concept that has been really stressed by Berkeley Lab as a whole and by the computing sciences area in particular. Bringing together NERSC, ESNet and CRD to kind of realize this vision. And it's been called out in the Computing Sciences Strategic Plan of last year. So there's in the 3 Computing Sciences Strategic Initiatives, super facility is one of the key initiatives. So the way that we've been thinking about super facility concept as part of this strategic plan is in 4 different areas: in user engagement, in considering the data life cycle, and thinking about automated resource allocation, and also computing at the edge and the kind of technologies and hardware needed for that. So this is sort of thinking that's been happening and developed over a few years within computing sciences. And what I'm going to be talking is some of the real ways in which this strategic plan has been translated into tangible improvements at NERSC and ESNet in some of the technologies and tools that we can offer our users, and some of the things that we're thinking about for the future for this. So NERSC has been supporting many users and many projects from the DOE experimental and observational facilities for a long time. We've been doing this for some years, but this is really something that is growing, as Sudeep mentioned a number of times in his talk this morning. So something like 35% of NERSC projects in 2018 said the primary role of their project is to work with experimental data. And something that I think is important to note with this is it might be 35% of projects, but how that actually splits out into the number of users using NERSC to analyze experimental data, and how that sort of breaks out into the amount of compute that's used and the amount of storage that's used by these teams, and also the additional capabilities that they need, looks a little different. So the needs just in simply compute hours is something that's increasing rapidly. So our estimate for what the kind of compute hours that experimental facilities will be needing in 2025 is really quite large. And this is estimates that we've taken from various requirements reviews over the years. But the needs really go beyond compute hours. So this will come to this again in a little bit when we talk about Perlmutter. But when we are considering our future computing systems and the architecture and the design of them, it's not enough anymore to simply provide more compute hours. We also need to think about all the different components that our user base needs, and particularly this user base. So for example, this is a user community that uses a pretty hefty amount of compute hours, but they store by far the majority of data on our system. So almost 80% of data on our file systems comes from these communities. And they have other needs around flexibility for interactive access and real-time running for experiments. They need to consider resilient workflows that can run across many sites. They need a whole ecosystem of persistent edge services, including databases, web services, these kinds of things. And these are the needs that we've been hearing for a number of years from this community. And the Super Facility project, which I'll talk about in a minute, is been pulled together to address these needs. But I want to talk give a few more examples about what this actually means. Like, what are the experiments that are asking these things from us? Because I think that'll help users who are unfamiliar with experimental and observational science, allow everyone to get a feel for what this actually looks like and what the kinds of things we're trying to deploy. And I'll also point out that you're going to hear a lot more about these from these experiment teams directly about what they use NERSC for and what they need from NERSC. In the breakout that's one of the breakouts that's following directly this talk, in the NUG SIG breakout for experimental science users. So I want to give a plug for that as well. You'll hear a lot more about this there. So there's kind of three areas that I want to highlight in the needs from this community. And one of the big elements is timing. So experiments might need, running experiments might need HPC scale feedback. And this is driven a lot of our requirements around real-time scheduling. So being able to schedule, perhaps at short notice, large scale compute requests that are coming from an experimental facility that might have a running experiment that they need to be able to analyze in real time so they can keep the experiment running. And I have a really nice example of this, very timely example. We are right now, in fact, working with the very first experiment at the LCLS2 light source over at SLAC. They are running their very first experiment starting yesterday, studying protease for SARS-CoV-2 virus and its inhibitors, using their beamline and using NERSC for real-time data analysis. So this is something that's been very exciting to be involved in, where we can really see how offering this kind of capability can advance science in some areas that are very close to our hearts at the moment. In these kinds of experiments, of course, there are people involved, there are people in the loop, but a lot of these experiments want to be able to run in an automated way. So there may be an experiment that's running 24/7. Some of our dark matter direct detection experiments run in this model. They're constantly collecting data, and they need to be able to analyze that data automatically without having a lot of people in the loop. And so we think about things like API access, dedicated workflow nodes, and the different services we can deploy to help these kinds of continuous workflows. Another key component is data management, of course, not just the analysis of the data, but how do you share and manage that data for a large collaboration? So many of the teams we work with have very large collaborations. You know, we might be talking hundreds or even thousands of scientists across the US and across the world who are using this data. And these are not necessarily collaborators who have NERSC accounts or who need NERSC accounts. So experiments typically move data across multiple sites. And they manage access for that data for large numbers of collaborators. And the LZ dark matter experiment is a nice example of that. Moving data from their experiment site in the Dakotas over to NERSC via ESNet, and also over to their UK data center in London, Imperial College. But we are very well aware that simply moving data to different places is not enough to make this data productive. That it needs to be searched, it needs to be collated, and it needs to be reused across these multiple sites and experiments. So we also have work going on in CRD that is looking at tools to make this easier for the science teams. The third sort of element of this I want to emphasize is access, and the ways of access and the different types of access that scientists look for these days. So again, experiments have their own collaborations, they have their own user communities. Some of the experiments we work with are themselves user facilities who have their own communities of users that they manage themselves. And so managing your light sources user community and managing their access to NERSC, which is a second user facility, can get quite complicated. So we are implementing policies and technologies that can help this around, for example, federated identity. And the way that scientists need to access NERSC and access their data is perhaps not solely restricted to the command line. So you've heard already today about some of the ways that we're enabling Jupyter access on Cori, and it will be available on Perlmutter as well. And again, developing API access to be able to manage your compute and your data and perhaps your user community on our systems is something that we're keeping an eye on. So I mentioned that we have a project that is coordinating this work, and we instituted this project about 1.5 years ago because there is a lot of work going on within computing sciences at Berkeley that is working on different elements of this. We want to make sure that all the work that's being done is coherent, and that all the people working on these different projects all communicating to each other, and that they all have a nice wide set of requirements from the science community. And so this is what the project is doing. It's coordinating and managing communication across this work. And the aim of this project is to have our science application engagements able to demonstrate automated analysis pipelines, taking data from remote facilities and analyzing it at large scale, using some of the capabilities we just talked about. And a key part of this project is our science engagement. So we've partnered with 7 different science teams that spread across the different offices of science, from light sources like ALS and LCLS, telescoped and astronomy collaborations like the Rubin Observatory, Dark Energy Science Collaboration, and also the Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument, as well as the genomics work that goes on at, as part of FICUS and the JGI, and also working with the LZ dark matter direct detection experiments, and also some of the very sophisticated electron microscopes that are running at the Molecular Foundry. So we've picked these key engagements to drive a broad set of requirements in the work that we're doing. So these are certainly not a restrictive list. We are talking to many other experiment teams as well. But these are teams that really push us in different ways. Their needs from us are very different ways, both in terms of how they manage their data, how they manage their access, and the kind of considerations of timeliness that they have when they're using our system. So what we are doing with this project is ensuring that the work we produce is going to be of maximum benefit to our whole user community. So some of the highlights of the tools and capabilities that we've deployed in this past year and a half are sort of listed here. I'm not going to go into great detail about this, but this is sort of really covering all the bases that I talked about earlier. So in terms of enabling time-sensitive workloads, we've been working on our scheduling policies, developing our real-time queues. We've also funded non-recurring engineering with Slurm, our workload manager, to better provide access for real-time workloads, including job preemption capabilities and dynamic partitions. And we also have work going on looking at our own workload at NERSC. This is some work that's jointly being done between NERSC and CRD teams, CRD being the Computational Research Division at Berkeley Lab. We want to try to identify spaces where we can improve opportunistic scheduling. So automation as well is a big effort. We've released a programmable API, which allows you to do many things, querying NERSC status, organize compute and move data and such. Spin is a container-based platform for workflow and edge services that you'll be hearing more about in a couple of minutes. And we're in the process of designing and implementing federated ID management, which I think is going to be an exciting capability in the future. We also, of course, are supporting and working very hard on HPC scale Jupyter, which is something that a tool is very widely used by experiment teams. This has seen some real successes in the last year, scaling out Jupyter notebooks to run on thousands of compute nodes. And other features have been developed as well that are widely available to our user base and are particularly useful for some of our experiment teams. And the last sort of highlight area is data management tools. So we've deployed data management tools that we've developed in-house specifically to support large geographically distributed collaborations of scientists. This includes implementing Globus sharing and having this available for collaboration accounts. Includes a detailed prototype of a GPFS to HPSS interface. So this is a method to make it easier to archive and control the archiving of your data. We also developed a PI dashboard, which can help a PI manage a large and complex collaboration. So these are tools that are all largely available to all users. And if you want to learn more about them, then I recommend you look up our Super Facility demo series that we held a couple of months ago. So we had been planning to have an annual meeting, a day-long meeting where we would have a whole host of demonstrations and hackathons of the tools and utilities we've been developing. But of course, that's something that didn't happen in person. So we turned this into a virtual demo series instead. And you can find recordings of all these demos at this link here. And you'll see a lot more detail about networking services, intelligent networking services from ESNet, these data management tools, some demo of the new Super Facility API, an overview of Spin with the context of the LZ experiment, and also new features and capabilities in Jupyter. And so I also want to advertise that we're planning a second series of demonstrations in the fall as we roll out the next set of capabilities. And we're certainly interested in hearing from you if there are particular things you want to hear about in this space, in the space of users from scientific facilities, experimental facilities. So I want to just spend a couple minutes next talking about our priorities for the next year and how Perlmutter comes into this. So we're going to continue to deploy and integrate the tools we've developed. We are having a real focus on resiliency in the era of PSPS, which is jargon that's local to the Bay Area. So in wildfire season, we are in danger of having a power outage, preventative power outages from our electricity supplier to prevent wildfires sparking when there's very dry and hot weather. And so this is something that Ben mentioned earlier today. We've certainly been working with the facilities team to motivate resilience and measures that we can take with our center to make sure that we have some infrastructure that's available where possible for our teams. But a big part of our focus for the next year really is preparation for Perlmutter. Our key target is that we can enable our science teams to use Perlmutter successfully in the early science period. And this is particularly exciting because Perlmutter has a number of features that are very well designed for Super Facility. So Perlmutter, as Sudip mentioned earlier as well, was named after Saul Perlmutter, who led the Supernova Cosmology Project, which used NERSC supercomputers to combine large-scale simulations with experiment data analysis with a key focus on team science. And so that's something that we've really kind of taken as a philosophy in the design of Perlmutter. And I want to call out two features in particular that I think are going to be really beneficial for the experiments and observational teams we work with. So Slingshot, the interconnect in Perlmutter, is Ethernet compatible, which means that this blurs the line between the inside and the outside of the machine and should allow seamless communication of moving data from an external experimental facility into the compute node on Perlmutter to allow for streaming data to compute nodes. And an example of a team that is going to really benefit from this, among many others, is the 4D STEM microscope team at NCEM. That's the National Center for Electron Microscopy at the Molecular Foundry at Berkeley Lab. Currently, they have to go through a number of hops to get their data into the compute nodes. They have to use software-defined networking, and they use a direct connection to the NERSC network, and they need buffers, and they worry about packet loss. There are a lot of complicated steps at the moment for this team to stream their data into a compute node for real-time data analysis. And Perlmutter and Slingshot should make this seamless and should make this much easier. And the second feature I want to call out is this all-flash scratch file system that we'll have, which should be really nice. And we have a lot of data analysis workloads that really push the limits of what our file systems can do in terms of the I/O operations per second that they do, the number of file creations that they need, small file I/O, non-sequential reading and writing of data is another kind of feature of this. And in particular, our astronomy partners will really benefit from having an all-flash scratch file system and some of the optimizations we've funded for our workloads. Because these kinds of pipelines often have random reads from large files and databases, which can be really difficult and stressful on our current file system. So I'm excited to see how things behave on this. All right, so now I'm going to switch over to Corey. He's going to tell you more about SPIN, the Data Science Gateway.
Hi, sorry folks. I'm presenting off a different browser here so I can get the captions, and so I'm just doing some last minute changes. Okay, looks like I have to rejoin. Okay, I will be right back.
In the meantime, I guess if anybody has a quick question for Debbie, we could definitely do that.
Well, I will take this opportunity to give a quick plug again for the NUG special interest group for experimental science users at NERSC. So they have been, this is a community-led and community-based group who's been having a series of meetings and discussions in the last few months, who have been sort of talking through the different experimental teams who use NERSC and learning from each other about how they use NERSC and some of the capabilities they use, and sort of some of the tips and tricks, sharing some of that information. So in the breakouts that are coming up next, there is a set of lightning talks from some of these experimental teams who'll be talking about how they use NERSC, and I think that could be of real interest to people who are interested in this kind of topic. Corey, over to you. So you are muted, but we can see your subtitles.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to give a talk about SPIN, and SPIN is our container-based platform where NERSC users can develop their own science gateways. And this is just a quick talk. This is a replay of a demo that I did during the demo series that Debbie mentioned that shows very quickly creating a database-based science gateway that views images from galaxy images via a simple kind of web service. And so Debbie gave some of the background for SPIN as far as you know, the kinds of use cases that we were trying to meet in developing SPIN. And it all has to do with the need for additional services alongside actual HPC batch computation. So science gateways, web services, API services, databases that have some of these properties that can access data and networks here at the supercomputing center, that can schedule jobs or conduct workflows and that aren't operating just within the paradigm of a job running. And also that can stay up when the HPC systems are down. So we really see this as sort of fitting into overall super facility goals, as it enables the breadth of work and also really distributed workflows that we see more and more of, as Debbie described. So that's the motivation. And so SPIN was developed to meet these needs and to actually give NERSC users a capability to develop these kinds of things yourselves, and using container technology. And here are pictured a few of the different projects that run at NERSC that are making use of SPIN for a variety of different kinds of services that they've built themselves. And so, like I said, it's based on Docker containers. So services in SPIN can use public or custom software images, and then can access some of the resources at NERSC, like file systems and data. And so we're seeing a lot of uptake and interest in SPIN. It's based on these technologies here along the bottom: Docker, an orchestration system called Rancher, and then Kubernetes is underneath the newest version of the Rancher infrastructure that we deployed in April. And people that are familiar with Docker have heard of this build, ship, and run sort of methodology. So building containers locally and shipping them into a registry for storage, from which they're pulled into an infrastructure to be run. And so SPIN embraces this methodology, and it works really well for this kind of development cycle. We talk a little bit more about this development cycle in the workshop that we conduct to teach people about how to use SPIN. And the method of interacting with this tool, Rancher, to actually develop services is through a UI that looks like this. The demo is going to kick off in just a minute here. And then there are also descriptive YAML files and descriptive Docker files that are used to describe and build the services and the container images. So there's a lot of complexity to environments like Docker and Kubernetes. And if you've ever tried to implement something or work with something in that kind of raw way, just with Kubernetes or Docker just off the shelf, it's very difficult. And one of the things that's one of the benefits of SPIN is that there's an abstraction like this of tools that are easier to work with that help you get started more quickly. And that's what we go through in the workshop. So a lot of people will finish the workshop and have something basic running. This might look something like this, very typical kind of deployment with web front ends, an application server, maybe a database, key value store, something like Redis or MongoDB in there. And then the Rancher orchestration takes care of running all those containers on the backend nodes. It's an abstraction that you don't need to worry about. And then accessible on the back end there too is the community file system or other storage. So these are the sorts of services that you can build, and it's a managed infrastructure where as a person who's using SPIN, you're focused mainly on your laptop and the UI of Rancher to implement what's important to you, your science gateway, your application. But it's a shared environment, and the rest of the environment is managed by NERSC. So it's a scalable platform that you can run on, and you don't have to worry about machine specifics and stuff like that. So I'm going to play through a quick little demo here that actually shows the creation of a service. And this is it's a web science gateway that displays Galaxy images, and it has a database underneath. So the first thing we're going to do is deploy a workload that is the database. I call it DB, and it's based on the Docker image for MySQL version 5. I'm going to place it into a namespace just called demo. And a namespace is sort of like a way to collect all of the things together that workload needs. I'm passing it environment variables for the name of the database, the user, the password, and those are all applied at runtime. And then I'm setting some security features here. People have heard a lot about Docker security, like, oh no, Docker's insecure. And one of the things that Spin does is it enforces very strict security on containers that run. So what I'm doing here is setting just the minimum allowable security privileges that will allow that database container to run. So it's much more secure than your regular Docker environment on your desktop. The database is already running. I can hardly even keep up with the speed of this. This is why it's a fun talk to give. So the database is already running. That's a MySQL database. Now it's time to start up the actual web application. So this is a web application that was created by Roland Thomas. It's using a Python framework. I think it's using Django. So this is a custom image, and this is the registry URL that points to it. We use it for the spin up training workshop. And the image is called Galaxies. That Galaxies workload container is going to run in that same namespace, and I'm going to pass it the MySQL database password so it can get at the database to get the metadata for the Galaxy images. And then the other neat thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to mount a directory on the community file system where there are some of the static Galaxy images present. So I'm going to call that volume name images, and it's an existing directory, and you'll see the path into the community file system appear here. So that's going to mount on a directory /serve/static right into the container image, and that's where the Python app will find those Galaxy images. I'll make it read only just for safety. And then I'm going to apply the same kind of restricted security here. But it turns out this container actually runs without any special security requirements at all. So I drop all of the special capabilities. And then a number of seconds, that container is up and running. Now that application was built in advance, so this is a little bit like the cooking show where the finished souffle gets pulled out of the oven, it's baked and beautiful, but you still get to see the speed of development that this kind of platform enables. So that application is up and running. It's connecting to its database. Now we're adding an ingress. An ingress is essentially a path from the internet into the Docker network to make the service available on the web. I put in a host name here that's based on some naming within the Spin environment. And I'm going to have it connect to the app workload. That's the second workload we made, which is ready and listening on port 5000 inside its container. And then I'm going to set one other variable here that tweaks something with the DNS of the record that gets created. And now this is actually plumbing a path from an IP address that you can get at into the container on port 5000 inside the network. This takes a little bit of time, so I'm going to actually fast forward to right before when it comes active. The ingress is getting built and plumbed, and now it's active, and I click on the URL, and I should see Galaxy images. That's the nice thing about a recorded demo. So here you're seeing the app pull metadata out of the database, and then you're seeing it display images that correspond to those metadata records off of the community file system directory that I mounted into the container. Okay, so this doesn't mean you're going to build your science gateway in 5 minutes, but what it does mean is you've got a platform here in Spin that can actually help you really move forward more quickly and deploy these kinds of services without having to try and find some place under someone's desk to run these kinds of things. And you've got interconnection to the NERSC backend systems. So if you want to learn more, here's the URL to Spin. There's more information there. There's links to register for a workshop, and we're happy to answer your questions if you want to learn more.
All right. Thank you very much, Corey. That's very informative. So we had one question about whether Newt will be deprecated at some point, and the answer there is yes. Is that correct? I think it's going to. Newt is going to be deprecated in favor of the new super facility API. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. We expect for it to, the superutility API will be a superset of new functionality.
Okay, great. Well, thank you again. Okay, so it's time for our breakouts. So we're a little bit running over. I'd still like for everyone to come back here at 1:30 to this event, but we have a slide that we're going to put up here for our different breakout sessions. So there's the NUGX special interest group. There's the for the experimental science users, there's the application performance and portability across centers and architectures. There's submitting a request for 2021 NERSC compute time and data storage. I think that one should be especially useful because ERCAT just opened. And then AI and deep learning on Perlmutter. So you can find that connection info at the NUG 2020 webpage. So go check that out and figure out which place you want to go to. And then we will all be back at 1:30. Welcome back, everybody. I mean, we're about 30 seconds early before we start, but so we'll give everybody a little bit more time to get back. But we should be starting up again pretty soon here with our lightning talks from our users. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to have a series of contributed lightning talks. Our first talk, okay, and let me back up. We're going to give everyone 8 minutes for their talk based on the amount of time that we have in this session. And then it would be good to hold your questions. Well, I guess you can ask them, but we won't get them answered until the end of the whole contributed lightning talks session. So I think we can go ahead and get started first with Peter Ericus. Ericus? Did I say that? I'm sorry, I said that wrong. From Berkeley Lab. And Peter, are you able to share your slides, or would you like for me to do it for you?
I can share them. That's probably the easiest way.
Awesome, thank you.
And it's a hard one. The last name, it's Peter Urshus.
Urshus. Sorry.
No problem. Not everyone gets it wrong. It's a tough one. All right. Okay. Those are my, sorry. I thought I deleted those. Hold on. I thought I deleted those. Okay. All right, is that good? Okay, so I'm going to talk about a piece of equipment at the National Center for Electron Microscopy, which is a facility within the Molecular Foundry called the 4D camera, which is an 87 kilohertz frame rate detector for doing what are called 4D STEM experiments at NSEM. So here we go. So here's what a 4D STEM experiment is. We have a series of scanning transmission electron microscopes at our center. And one of them has, one of the techniques that's really starting to become important is called 4D STEM, where you take a highly converged probe of electrons, where we can localize this electron probe to sub-angstrom or sub-angstrom resolution in real space, and we can scan that around on the sample. We can also do it to nanometer scale, all the way from nanometer scale to sub-angstrom. At each one of these positions, we create a diffraction pattern where the electrons scatter off the atomic nucleus of the atoms, and so we get a very rich pattern at every single one of these positions. So we can raster this beam on the scale of 10 microseconds per position, and then we can take a two-dimensional picture or frame at each one of those positions. So that means we have real space X, real space Y. We have reciprocal space Kx, reciprocal space Ky. So that means we have a four-dimensional scanning transmission electron microscope data set. These data sets become extremely large, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. That's why we're using NERSC. So what we have is this detector, which is a CMOS active pixel sensor. It's a 10 micron squared pixel size. It's back thin so that we can do everything from 30 kV to 300 kV accelerating voltage, which basically sets how deep the electrons penetrate and the resolution that we can get. The detector itself has 576 by 576 pixels, and it's read out in 11 microseconds. The full detector is read out every 11 microseconds in what's called a rolling shutter mode. This camera is installed on the Team 0.5, which is an aberration-corrected electron microscope called a Titan. The first electrons we got were in spring 2019, and we've been working with this detector for about a year and a little bit more, trying to get it up to running and full speed. So for the data acquisition and processing and storage, we've been working with NERSC, and we've been working on a local receiver PC, a set of receiver PCs and local processing and storage, which we're going to be moving to NERSC relatively soon. We already are doing most of it on NERSC. But we have 4 FPGA modules that take a quarter of the sensor, and then that transfers data to a receiver PC, set of receiver PCs at about 120 gigabits per second. So in total, that's 480 gigabit per second readout. A 1K by 1K real space scan ends up being 650 gigabytes that's captured in 15 seconds. And in order to get any useful information out of that, we have to do processing. We do some we have to go from the RAM of the receiver PCs, we put that on the flash storage of our processing and storage PC. So we acquire data in about 15 seconds. We transfer that to the flash storage in about 140 seconds. And then we need to do something where we sparsify the data. We only want to capture where the electrons hit the detector, and very few electrons hit the detector per frame because we're going so fast. That's why we designed the detector to do this. So we can sparsify the data in about 8.5 minutes using threaded processing software that we've worked on with a company called Kitware, who's running it on our processing and storage local PC, so edge computing, and then we can also get it to NERSC relatively quick. So here's what the raw data looks like on the left. You can see it's relatively noisy, and where we get kind of these bright dots, that's where one electron hit the detector. We can see that we have more electrons in the center, that's where the center beam is, and as you get further out, you get to incoherent, like high angle scattering. So here's where we do electron counting, and this is one electron counted frame. So you can see that we have zeros where you don't see a dot, and we have a 1 where you hit is where you see a dot. So you have to assume that you have either 0 electrons or 1 electron. And if we sum up about 300 of these, you can actually start seeing what's called a convergent beam electron diffraction pattern, where we get disks where the normal electron spots would be, because we have a converged probe rather than a parallel probe. So we have about a 1% fill factor, which gives us about 3,300 electrons per frame. And if we only then keep the positions of the electrons in each frame, we can get about a 30 to 100x data reduction. So going from about 650 gigabytes to less than 20 gigabytes. So that's what we're using NERSC for, is to do this and to do post-processing on this special data. So Kitware helped us design this receiver processes to live data ingest to visualization and monitoring. And we're heavily relying on Jupyter at NERSC in order to do that, because we let the data lands locally, we do some processing, we send it to NERSC, and we don't want the data to move ever again because it's very big. We can get custom kernels on NERSC, and we do all of our processing with our custom software without having the users need to install anything at their home institution or on their own laptops. They can do all the processing on Jupyter at NERSC or on the batch processes. So what we really need is to know, is the data useful? We want to do this at the microscope as fast as possible. We need minute scale reduction, and an efficient data representation, and then long-term storage. We need fast processing to useful information, not just getting some picture out that we don't really know. We want to do really advanced processing, and that's what the batch nodes and Jupyter at NERSC allows us to do. So this data, once it's processed, it fits in memory, and it's relatively easily processed compared to the 650 gigabyte process. So for high resolution 4D STEM analysis, we can generate all kinds of different images from this. Each one of these images is a different contrast mode in a STEM, where we used to only be able to get one of these pictures per scan, but now we can get all kinds of different pictures. This is a bright field, so the atoms look dark. Here's an annular dark field where the atoms look bright, and we can also tell the difference between the strontium atoms and the titanium atoms in this. And we can also do something more advanced called DPC, or differential phase contrast, where we can see, now that we can see the the strontium and the titanium oxygen columns have about the same, we have a lot more higher signal to noise. So here we've done center of mass on these in COM-X and COM-Y, and you can get a differential phase contrast out of that. So this data set was a 1K by 1K scan. It was 650 gigabytes originally, but it was compressed down to only 3.6 gigabytes. And we can do all of this processing, bright field, annular dark field, differential phase contrast on this heavily compressed data on the raw, on that data. So in the near future, we're going to add another detector to this, which is going to increase it by about maybe 25%, the data rate. So we need to do even more processing. And we're going to directly connect the receiver PCs to NERSC so that we can use the batch nodes to do the sparsification and the burst buffer also to do the sparsification. There will also be a new installation at Brookhaven Lab, and we have to figure out how we can do this without, if you have to have a supercomputer right next to your equipment, then not many people can have it. So we're trying to design this so that it can be done locally and on HPC. So we're also trying to do inline electron counting. So this sparsification using FPGAs, using inline data reduction. So a lot of different people worked on this, and I'll leave up the acknowledgements. I'm probably about out of time, but thank you for listening to my talk.
All right, thank you very much, Peter. That was really interesting. Okay, up next we have Matthew Reiner from Oak Ridge National Lab. Matthew, would you be able to share your slide? Oh, look, you're already doing it. So clever. Perfect. Ready whenever you are.
I hope you can hear me.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Let me change slide. So my research is based on quite a few different things, primarily focused on molecular level understanding of porous materials and supramolecular systems. In the interest of time today, I'm going to focus mainly on some of my favorite projects, which are studying the lattice dynamics and stimuli response properties of porous materials. And but if you are interested in any of these other aspects, please get in touch. And what do I mean by porous materials? Well, some of you may have some background or information on metal organic frameworks, covalent organic frameworks, or hydrogen bonded organic frameworks. But for those who aren't, these are just quite symmetrically oriented framework materials. And for example, metal organic frameworks are built from these metal nodes, here zinc nitrogen tetrahedra, and organic linkers, in this example 2-methyl imidazolate. And then when constructed together, they produce these isoreticular 3D or even 2D framework materials. So here's F8. So much of the initial hype involved with porous materials, especially MOFs, is that their exceptionally high internal surface areas are actually up to about 10,000 square meters per gram. And to put this into perspective, that's about on par with what you would expect from the surface area of an average football or soccer field. So my research is really looking at how we can take these particular so-called next generation materials and use them for targeted applications based upon their stimuli response properties. So our specific approach is a hybrid sort of experiment and computational technique where we use a lot of density functional theory and molecular dynamics in conjunction with neutron scattering and synchrotron techniques to understand these structures and dynamics of the materials at the molecular scale. So what do I actually mean when I refer to lattice dynamics? Well, lattice dynamics are essentially the phonon modes, or the collective vibrational motions found in the low energy or so-called terahertz region of the vibrational spectra. So as you can see on this slide, I've highlighted a particular phonon mode, which is indicative of the breathing motion of the 6-membered ring in a specific zeolitic imidazolate framework known as ZIF7. And as you can see in this illustration, the outer ring, this is just showing the ring going through its 3 different phases, is going from open, and then in the middle equilibrium, and then in the center the closed phase. And this is indicative of a sort of breathing motion of this 6-membered ring, which is actually connected to a controlled increase in CO2 uptake. I won't go into that today. So we've also proved previously that these phonon modes can be linked explicitly to other physical mechanisms in MOFs and other porous materials, such as gate opening, breathing, and other phase transitions, and also shear-induced instability. However, these phonon modes can also be linked to other mechanical properties beyond that of shear-induced instability, such as negative Poisson's ratios or negative linear compressibilities. So here I'll show a quick example of just what I mean by that. So a Poisson's ratio is essentially measures the deformation of a material in the direction perpendicular to the applied force or strain. Now, if you think of a conventional elastic material, for example, say a chewing gum, when you stretch it, you expect it to contract in the transverse direction. However, in some materials, including many metal organic frameworks or porous materials, we actually see that the material contracts in the transverse direction to which, or expands if you're stretching it. And this is referred to as a negative Poisson's ratio, or a so-called auxetic material. And many metal organic framework materials actually have this negative Poisson's ratio response, in particular anisotropic crystallographic directions. So here I've tried to show in this animation the cluster moieties involved in a particular metal organic framework known as IchCust1. And as you can hopefully see from this animation, although it is quite subtle, that as you're stretching in one particular direction, these cluster moieties actually rotate in and out of the plane and allow for the transverse direction to also expand and have this auxetic response. And this is actually explicitly linked to a low energy phonon mode located at about 16 wave numbers, which is the equivalence of 0.5 terahertz. However, that's only one of the interesting phonon modes that we actually located for IchCust1. So as I've tried to show here on the left, this is another phonon mode, which actually shows this sort of paddle wheel, so-called copper paddle wheel rotational motion of a particular moiety or linkage within this material. And on the right, you can see this so-called trampoline-like motion of the organic linker. Now, why are these particularly interesting? Well, these two individual phonon motions simultaneously are reported to be responsible for negative thermal expansion within IchCust1. And we find these both in the low energy phonon mode vibrational motions. So moving away a little bit from the mechanical properties, we'd shown that these collective vibrational motions or modes could be explicitly linked to the mechanical and thermal response. And therefore, we wanted to investigate this further as a function of temperature. So if we take ZIF4, I know I'm kind of bouncing around the different types of materials, but I'm trying to give a more general introduction to exactly what we can pull out of these motions. But ZIF4 is a material that's well known to undergo thermal-induced amorphization at a well-specified temperature. And as you increase the temperature additionally, it undergoes another recrystallization into a higher ordered phase. And as you can see in the bottom spectra here, the experiment and theory is in very good agreement. As you progress further, you start to see a broadening of this peak responsible for the zinc imidazole stretching. And as you can increase the temperature further, you see the characteristic ZNI signal, and that matches again with theory. However, you see the shift in orange there highlighted. And that's this temperature shift or thermal shift of the zinc nitrogen deformational mode. So being able to explicitly capture this deformational mode was actually quite exciting, as the particular gradient or I suppose likelihood of the shift is directly related to the material's likelihood or ease of thermal amorphization. And therefore, we connected this to a distribution equation and modified it by coefficient XR. And this allowed us now to numerically predict whether materials can amorphize thermally. So anyway, moving on to specifically being able to use these phonon modes and their particular thermal softening, we've actually been able to discover new phases of materials. So as you can see here on this slide, this is essentially taking a low energy phonon mode, so the lowest mode, an A2G symmetry mode, and then scanning its particular energy or vibrational, its energy or frequency as a function of deformation. So this is using essentially a quasi-harmonic approximation. And what we noticed is as you contract or expand the framework, you see the change in the trend of the phonon mode. However, what was interesting is between about 1% and 2% contraction, we saw this drop in the frequency and it became imaginary. And that's indicative that the structure is now no longer stable. So what we did is we vibrationally scanned the coordinate of this particular A2G phonon mode and then allowed it to relax out of the particular symmetry operator that forced it into this imaginary or no longer stable phase. By relaxing that structure, by removing that one mirror plane, we were able to locate a new subgroup phase transition of the original structure. And we've now gone on and shown this for multiple different materials, and we've discovered new phases. I realize that I'm taking a little bit longer talking about that. So therefore, just to highlight on the last slide here, you can see very clearly on the left, as if you scan or if you plot the vibrational coordinate as a function of the Helmholtz free energies, you can very clearly start to see that as you compress the structure, you can see a nearby local minima reminiscent of this new subgroup phase. And by now that we have the Helmholtz free energies as a function of volumetric size, and also the phonon modes as a function of volumetrically constrained geometry, we were able to use the quasi-harmonic approximation to get the lattice parameter and the mechanical properties simultaneously as a function of temperature and pressure. So anyway, I realize that I've gone through that awfully quickly, but also gone over time. So I'll just summarize that we've essentially applied this to loads of other materials, and it's been quite productive. These are some of the papers that we've produced using NERSC in the last year. And it's involved quite a lot of different collaborations over many different DOE facilities, and also many collaborators at universities throughout Europe and in America. So yeah, sorry for going over on the time there, but thank you for listening.
All right, thank you very much. That was really interesting too. Okay, up next we have Eric Stern from Fermilab. Eric, would you be able to share your slides, or would you like me to share them? I think you're muted.
Mute, hopefully. Okay, am I unmuted?
I hear you now, yes.
Okay, and all right, is that good?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Eric Stern from Fermilab. I've been a NERSC user for about 15 years. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you to the organizers for letting me talk. I'll be talking about our work that we've been doing to get our accelerator modeling framework, Synergia, up and running and ready for Perlmutter. So Synergia is a particle and cell simulator. It's written in C++ with Python wrappers, which is not important for this talk. It uses a lot of collective operations because we're simulating a whole bunch of particles, and we need to do collective operations on those as we do the simulations. The way it currently is, it uses MPI and OpenMP parallel processing to scale to large problems. Because it's also useful to run small problems as well, it runs on a whole range of systems from desktops and laptops to clusters and supercomputers, and we've been happily running on Cori for the last several years. So small problems can be run on small systems, large problems run well on large systems. And how do we accomplish this? So it's particle and cell framework. The particles are divided. They live in essentially an array of phase-based coordinates distributed across, for illustrative purposes here, I have 4 processors. Then as the simulation progresses, the first thing to do is you do a relatively straightforward numerical calculation among particles in one row. Next, which can happen with a parallel 4 operation, very simple. Next is the particles are histogrammed, their positions to make a local charge density on each processor. Then a parallel sum is performed to get a global charge density, which is fanned out and essentially an all reduced kind of operation to get the charge density in every processor. A redundant field solve is performed that's in parallel on each of those processors. And the electric field that results is applied to all the particles that live on that processor, and the operation proceeds. Now, as we've heard in the workshop, and we've been warned about this for years, new systems will not work like the old ones. And the bulk of the power in these new facilities is going to be provided primarily in coprocessors. And we need to upgrade Synergia to accomplish this. So what do we need to do? What we want is broad accessibility across all computing platforms. We really want to use standard languages and programming techniques and nothing weird. And we don't want architecture login. We also heard there's going to be at least 3 architectures in play in the DOE complex coming up in the next couple of years. And we want to be able to use all of them. And so we don't want to have architecture specific code and algorithms. Just as an aside, we had several years ago, we attempted to make a CUDA specific version, but it was unmaintainable and rotted into uselessness. And we don't want to do that again. So we looked around, was there something that could help us do that? And we found Cocos. Cocos is part of the Exascale Computing Project. It supports regular CPUs and GPUs as backends, and it's hardware agnostic. And it's C++, which warms my heart. And it meets all of the other things. It supports putting our data in a structure that we can deal with it. It can do parallel things to the data once it's there. And so for Synergia, once after the initial setup that needed GPU resources is done, then data stays in the device memory, and it's operated on there. So we did all that. It took about a year. And here's how well it worked. So I'm comparing here. This is, say, one Opteron node, which might have been something that was here at NERSC maybe 2 generations ago, but it's the kind of things that we have on our clusters that we have at Fermilab. We ran a benchmark simulation of the sort that we typically run. That would be the second bar here. And you can see the speed up from the 1 node to the typical 8 node jobs. It's about a factor of 7. Then we have at Fermilab, we have a machine which looks similar to one Summit node. It has 4 Volta V100 GPUs in this one machine with a PowerPC. So if we're running just with 1 GPU, we have a speed up from our normal, say, 8 node job to 1 GPU gets us a factor of excess of 4. And if we run on 4 GPUs of the V100, we get quite a large speed up. And I'll note that Perlmutter will have A100 GPUs, which are expected to be even better. I think someone spoke about that earlier. So caveats, it took a year of work. Some algorithms and operations could not be easily ported over because they relied on design that was assumed your memory could be easily fiddled with, which was not the case when it's on the GPU. So we had to rewrite those algorithms. And unfortunately, some device-specific code and operations were necessary. Cocos does not supply an FFT algorithm, so we had to rely on a CUDA-specific FFT algorithm for that. And in addition, the Cocos algorithm that we used for the binning, for the histogramming, was not actually efficient on the CPUs, so we had to backtrack to our CPU specific algorithm for that. But with those caveats, we are ready for Perlmutter, and we're really happy and excited to be able to do that. And we had our support from our Fermilab, from our DOE sponsors, so we're grateful for that. And that's what I have.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric. That was really interesting to learn about that. So it means there's hope for others to port their codes as well. Okay, so our next presenter is Ushin Kriener from Berkeley Lab. Ushin, I see you're there. Are you able to share your
Yeah, I'm good. So just sharing the correct screen. There it is. So, welcome to my talk, and I'm going to be talking about optical simulations using GPUs for the LZ dark matter detector. And I'd like to thank the people who helped me produce this, who you can see listed there. LZ is a much shorter name than the fully written out acronym because it was a combination of two previous experiments. And it is a next generation dark matter detector, which works by having a large tank full of liquid xenon buried in mountains in South Dakota. And a particle comes in and interacts with that xenon. And that xenon produces a cascade of particles, and electrons, and flashes, which are detected in the photomultiplier tubes that form the detection system. And what we need to do to isolate the dark matter interactions that we're really interested in, which are weakly interacting massive particles, from all other sorts of particle interactions that can occur, is compare the observed pattern of flashes in the photomultiplier tubes to simulated interactions. Now, doing that, there's a couple of different components, but one of the major components is photon propagation. We model the pattern of light that moves through the detector. And that is time and resource intensive. In fact, it's the dominant component of this. So existing GPU modules for this are use a light map to approximate the solution, but because of the photopropagation bottleneck. But with GPUs, they have the potential for a much faster simulation, much more frequent simulations, and a much more accurate simulation of the interactions. And that allows us to, that will potentially allow us to get better results for the science, which is what we want in the end. The tool we're using is one called Optics, which is a GPU accelerated optical photon simulation based on NVIDIA's package, helpfully also called Optics. So in the project, I've taken to referring to the wrapper package that we're using as CK and the NVIDIA package as X, simply because otherwise I'll go mad. So LZ is a major NERSC user for a lot of purposes. We do a lot of work simulating on CPUs of the various other stages of the interaction, not the photon propagation, but the particle interactions that are there. There's a data storage, as you heard during some of the earlier talks, as a major data storage center, and the analysis, the actual comparisons between the simulations and the observations as part so far of mock data challenges, because the detector has not yet been commissioned. It is going to be starting very shortly. Been a slight delay due to COVID, but working up at the moment very actively. So the existing optics implementation, the CK implementation that we've seen so far, has been done on local devices and on an Oracle cloud environment. But NERSC uses, NERSC is the preferred system we want to do. So we want to move to Core GPU to get this system up and running, and that will enable us to prepare for Perlmutter as we go into the future. To do this, we need to use Docker and Shifter. So Shifter is the environments that we need to run on Core GPU, and will be something like that for Perlmutter. The way it works is you build a Docker image somewhere else and you export it to Shifter to run. One of the major constraints of this is that the Shifter images are read only, which means you cannot write anything on those images and you have no root access. You will be as a regular user. So you have to do any of the writing on the Docker file. So you write all the commands that are required to build the environment you want. You can create an image that has all of the dependencies you need, all of the specific versions you need, all of the everything you need to make this a very portable solution. So if we get the solution right, it should continue to work when we upgrade to Perlmutter. Now, there are challenges in creating an image, particularly of a in-development system. So Optics for the CK is an active in-development system and has some new elements that are ongoing in it. So there are occasionally undocumented assumptions about the build environment. Those have to be teased out and documented and implemented. There are occasionally hard coding issues that come on, or paths that might be assumed to work a certain way in a classical environment that do not necessarily work in the supercomputer environment. Sometimes you find compiled libraries are hardware aware. We'll talk about the solution to that. I've already mentioned that there are security restrictions on writing when in a container. And you may find that unexpectedly somewhere deep down that there are write commands that you have to, that you weren't expecting. But there are also occasions when you find specific version or commit dependencies because something has moved on from NVIDIA or from some other vendor, and they haven't made the new version backwards compatible. So you have to perhaps lock in a version or adopt your system to fit with that. So the solutions are also in many ways the same as the challenge. The solution is containerization. Lock in the versions, lock in the requirements that you need when you create an image, and that allows you to create a new version at a stable point that has those assumptions locked in, that has any hard coding softened to the degree that is necessary. With Shifter, it is possible to mount anything that needs to be written to in writable partitions, like, for example, Scratch or CFS. And anything that has hardware-aware compilation, you can do one of two things. You can either do the compilation on the correct host, which is not a particularly portable solution, or build fat binaries, that is to say, binaries that have multiple architectures that they are capable of dealing with and allow for the shift from system to system. That's sort of what we're looking at here. So that's a very quick synopsis of that, hoping to fit in the lightning round there. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you so much. That was really interesting. Okay, so up next, we've got Nikhil Gupta from the University of Melbourne. So Nikhil, I don't know if this is early in the morning for you here, or if you're in a different.
Yeah, it's pretty early. So good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Are you able to share your slides, or would you like me to do it?
Sure, I can share my slides.
Okay, awesome.
Just to look where we are. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Nikhil Gupta from University of Melbourne, and I'm going to talk about the mass estimation of galaxy clusters with deep learning. Just move it to full screen. Oh, okay. Hope it looks better now. So quickly, I'll talk about that. Why are we interested in masses of galaxy clusters? These galaxy clusters are basically the largest structures in the universe with several galaxies clustered together. And then an overview of how we detect these galaxy clusters in radio surveys, which is the Sunyaev-Zeldovich effect. Quickly talk about the deep learning model, and then I'll give a results that we are trying to emphasize, that we can, with deep learning, estimate the mass of the galaxy clusters just by looking at the images. So it's like you look at a guy and you're able to tell the weight of that person by just looking at the image of that person. So the same thing with the galaxy clusters. So starting with why are we interested in galaxy cluster masses or galaxy clusters in general? So these galaxy clusters can give us a model of cosmology by comparing the observed number of galaxy clusters in the sky as a function of distance from us, as well as their positions in the sky. So we have a theoretical model, which is a mass function, which gives the number of galaxy clusters per unit mass and redshift. And then we have observed numbers through telescopes or satellites. We can observe the galaxy clusters, have number of galaxy clusters as a function of distance or as a function of mass. But actually, when we observe them, we don't observe the mass of the cluster directly. And we use observable mass relations in order to change the mass to observable. And both of these parts of this cosmological modeling, the theoretical mass function and the observable mass relations, are cosmology dependent. So using all these ingredients and doing these MCMC techniques can try to constrain the cosmological parameters like the dark energy or matter density or the normalization of the power spectra. Those. The mass of the galaxy cluster is really important. Another way to look at that is through this recent work from Planck collaboration and the dark energy survey results. Here's the plot. I'm showing the sigma, which is the normalization of the matter power spectrum, and the matter density in the x-axis. So this plot, both of these plots, I'm trying to say that when we are using different mass calibration techniques, for example, the weak lensing or the CMB lensing, we see some small shifts in the normalization of these matter power spectra. So it's really important to know the mass of the clusters precisely and correctly in order to do cosmology and get correct or precise constraints on your cosmological models. A little bit on the history of universe. Start with inflation, Big Bang. They were very hot in the very early stages, and then as the universe expands, it starts getting cooler, and then there's a phase around 3 × 10⁵ years after the Big Bang when there is cosmic microwave background radiation that is emitted when all the charged particles are recombined. And this radiation then passes through the universe from 3 × 10⁵ to billions of years until now. And when it passes through the universe, it goes through several structures which are building or have been built in the universe. One of them is galaxy clusters, of course. So what is Salyukh-Zeldovich effect, and how do we observe these galaxy clusters in the radio sky? Is basically when the CMB photons are passing through these galaxy clusters, it's very hot, energetic electrons in the galaxy clusters. They do this inverse Compton scattering of the CMB photons, which increases their energy. So the plot on the bottom, the middle panel shows the intensity is moving from lower frequencies to the higher frequencies. And also the third plot shows kind of a decrement. So the photons between 10 gigahertz to 220 gigahertz, they move to higher energies. And that's how you see the galaxy clusters, for example, in this SPD pole survey, these black dots, they are basically these massive galaxy clusters, as you can see an image in the optical of the same clusters. So what we have been working on is basically that if we just look at these galaxy clusters, can we tell that what is the mass of this galaxy cluster in that image? So to do that, I'm creating several simulations, and for example, the simulations here that shows on the left-hand side a very similar image to the image that I show here for SPD pole. the cluster in the center, and then there are other components like the CMB is there, the foregrounds are in there, and also the instrumental noise and the beam smoothing. So all the stuff that makes it very similar to the cluster that we observe in the radio sky. And what we want is that we want to make the network learn on these sky looking images and try to reconstruct the SZ signal from there, and also the mass of the galaxy cluster. So the network should be shown just the first image on the left, and it should predict some mass for you. So that's the idea. And we have several cluster masses that goes into the deep learning framework, several components in these sky simulations, divided into training validation samples, and then also the test samples of 200 maps. Quickly on the model, been using this ResUnet kind of framework where we basically input the images, and the network is doing the encoding and decoding. There are several concatenation layers and residual layers within each of the component of the network. And also included that they have several dilations into the convolution layers that we found is quite increased the efficiency of the mass estimation in the end. Quickly on the results. So as I said, we want to reconstruct the SZ signal from the sky maps, CMB maps. So here I'm showing on the left, the first column is basically the CMB map for these 3 different galaxy clusters, actually same mass clusters, but different CMB realizations and foregrounds. The second column shows the true SZ signal, and the third one is the predicted SE signal from there. And from the fourth column, you can see that the residual is always like 2 orders of magnitude small. So it does predicts the SZ signal very well. How does it do with the mass? It does very well for the mass as well on the cosmological scales. So this plot shows the estimated mass as a function of the true mass in the x-axis. On the top panel, I'm just showing the estimated mass in solar units, where the green points are the points that are the trained masses that goes to the training of the neural network. And the blue ones are the interpolated masses, the masses which were not actually trained, but because they are within the limit of the trained mass range, that is between 10 to 14 to 8 times 10 to 14 solar masses. So we are able to predict the masses of these clusters also in the interpolated range. But for the extrapolated masses, that is the masses that neural network has not seen, or they are in the out of the range of the trained simulations, the neural network doesn't predict the correct masses, but only the lower and the higher limit of the trained mass range that goes into the simulations. The lower panel just shows the chi-square and shows that the estimated mass is well within the 1 sigma of the true mass that is given to the simulation. So quickly on the conclusions, showing that a method is now there with the deep learning where you can estimate the mass of galaxy clusters directly by looking at the image of the radio sky, and you say, okay, set the neural network at that point, and you can estimate the mass of the galaxy cluster, which is really useful. And also a major requirement to do the cosmology with galaxy clusters. The thing that I haven't discussed today is also that we apply this very similar method to learn the galaxy cluster masses using the CMB cluster lensing, which is basically the gravitational lensing of the CMB by the galaxy cluster in between CMB and us. So it's very similar to the optical gravitational lensing governed by the general relativity, but it's only that instead of the galaxy light, we are lensing the CMB light here and try to estimate the mass of the galaxy cluster, which comes between CMB and us through this lensing signature. The plots there show this demonstration, but a couple of these papers are now there accepted in APG, so you can have a look if you're interested. In a future work, this is all done with the simulations, and in a future work, we will try to do this with the real observations from the SPT 3G survey. That's something that work going on or future work. And I'm trying to like move everything from the GPU that I'm using to the GPU for that reason. And I think this is done for just one redshift for one distance. But with this, we can train our model for several masses of the cluster at several distances. So so that way we can use that model to estimate the mass of the real clusters for which we don't know how far they are and what are their masses. So yeah, that's all from me. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Mikhail. That was really interesting. Okay, so our next speaker is Shui Chao Xu from Lawrence Livermore National Lab. Are you able to share your slides with us, Shui Chao, or do you want me to do that?
Are you able to see my slides?
Yes, I can hear you too. Perfect.
Okay, good. So my name is Charles Xu. I'm from Lawrence Livermore National Lab. And today I'll talk about deep learning surrogate model for kinetic Landau fluid closure. So as we know, we have different type of model for the simulation, like first principle simulation, which capture micro details, and the fluid simulation capture macroscopic detail. So, but from the fluid simulation derived from the first principle kinetic simulations. So which involve the moment approach. You have you can derive from fluid equation from the kinetic equation involves the infinity degree of freedom because the moment hierarchy. So in order to truncate the fluid moment equation to tractable, we have introduced the closure. So here we talk about how do we use deep learning method to create a surrogate models for the kinetic Landau fluid closure. So here I'll show you what this means. Equation 1 is a kinetic equations which have 6 dimensions. Now, when we take the moment of that equation 1, we get a density, momentum, and pressure. So then we get the continuity equation, equation 2, moment equation, equation 3, pressure equation, equation 4. Now we have 3 equations. However, we have problem with the closure, the Q, the heat flux, which involves higher order moment. So we have to keep going to the higher moments hierarchy, but that's not tractable. So we need to truncate at this level to get a heat flux. So that causes that is what the closure about. So here we can use the kinetic equation, assume the background distribution in max training, then we can get a kinetic closure Q in equation 5. Now equation 5, you given temperature, you have complete coefficient, you get Q. So the complete coefficient involve like frequency, involve wave vector, involve the special plasma dispersion function Z is a kind of error functions. So with this kind of complete closure, which complicated spatial temporal closure, how can one implement it into a fluid simulation and configuration space? Nobody able to do that, at least so far. But now with deep learning, we can do that. So fluid simulation with kinetic closure can be achieved by deep learning. So with deep learning surrogate model, closure predicted by neural networks. So that's how I show you and how we can use. We want to use Prometheus computers. So here we use 3 different type neural network to train the closure, like a multi-layer perceptron, the convolutional neural network and discrete Fourier transform neural network. So this actually, we published in 2 papers in this year. Both had choice at edit pick. This thing is worthwhile. Let community know that. So multi-layer perceptron have 2 hidden layer and fully connect. Convolutional neural network, a deep partially connected convolutional layer. And DFT, the digital Fourier transform neural network, no hidden layer, just fully connect. So then we have all the hyperparameters that contract with TensorFlow and Keras. And optimizer here, we use Adam. So loss function, we use mean square errors. So here show you some results. So basically mean absolute value for the vertical axis error with the number of training samples for different type of network, like for the MLP and for the CNN, DFT. So then also with different activation function like ReLU and Tench. So you can see, at least you can see that for different network actually have different, they have minimum requirement of training sample size to get converged solutions. For example, for DFT, with 100 samples, you can get pretty good results for the yellow curve, both dash and solid, which the training was test errors. So if converge, then that's good solutions. But for the MLP, the green, blue, and the red, they also have different minimum number of samples to get converged solution. For example, blue you need 1,000, and for red you need 10,000. That's because different activation functions. So this can show you that you can test to see how to get the minimum sample size to get good converged surrogate models. So here show you the probability distribution function of absolute error for different neural network models. Now we have 100,000, no, 1 million samples. So the top, from top MLP from left, and then CNN on the right, bottom the digital Fourier transform, and optimized neural network for the MLP. So what we can see that for the MLP and CNN, they both have similar errors. This is the mean absolute errors for different network. But DFT has much smaller error, 10 to minus 8 versus 10 to minus 4. That's because DFT is designed to solve the Fourier transform type problem if a simple analytic form of the forward transform matrix exists. So we can see that the system optimized the MLP compared to the raw MLP about factor 2 improvement for accuracy. So we also can compare the surrogate model with the what we developed now using non-Fourier method. So other numerical type, other type of numerical algorithm. So currently we're using the simulation for simple closure problem. So here we can show you that compare the column, like and the fourth and the fifth column, which is a relative mean relative error for the deep learning and the mean relative error for the non-Fourier method. We can see that it have 1 order of magnitude improvement over the accuracy. So here we show you the comparison of fluid simulation between analytic closure model and the DL surrogate model, closure models for the collisionless kinetic non-mirror wave. So typically people have the question that well, DL surrogate model is too rough, not very accurate. So they are concerned that error accumulation problems. But here we show you that a damping wave problem. So over the time, the initial wave amplitude will damped because the kinetic effect wave particle interactions. So here for the fluid simulation, we implement closure with analytic closure, the complicated functions, and closure with deep DL surrogate models. Basically, we can see that simulation with deep learning closure model are as good as simulation with analytic closure in terms of long-term numerical stability in linear lambda damping tests. So what this means that we can create a very complete closure model which we're not able to do before, we can do now in a simulation code run in line. So here is the summary. So appropriate numerical neural network are capable to calculate lambda fluid closure. So neural network can be implemented in global fluid legacy code. In our case, like bioprocess code for lambda fluid closure in configuration space. However, we haven't figured out yet. We have the machine learning model running on GPU, use certain number of cores, and the bioprocess running on CPU, running a different number of cores. How the two could integrate together, run in line. So that's our research project, and we would like to do that in Prometa when coming in line. So also we can train the neural network closure with kinetic simulation data. We use kinetic code, we train the network and put closure in the bioprocess code. So also we can train more neural network closure for microscopic fluid simulations to capture the micro details, and like turbulence fluxes and particle effects and so on. So that's my talk. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. That was really interesting. Okay, so last but not least, we have Rose Yu from UC San Diego. Let's see, Rose, are you able to share your slides, or would you like me to share them for you?
I can share it.
Awesome. Okay.
Can also enable my. Can you see the? Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Rose Yu. I'm an assistant professor at UC San Diego. And this is joint work with my student, Ray Wang, and research scientists from NERSC, Karthik, Mustafa, and Adrian. So this paper was accepted and to appear at the KDD next week. And you can also check out the source code for this work. So in this work, what we wanted to do is to design emulators use deep learning to forecast turbulence. And turbulence modeling is a fundamental task in science, from atmospheric science to marine science, as well as aerodynamics. So turbulence is everywhere. Unfortunately, turbulence, which is governed by Navier-Stokes equations, does not have analytical theory to predict its evolution, and is extremely computational prohibitive to simulate the evolution of turbulence. And you can see this animation here, which is a simulation of René Bernard convection. And it took about several months just to simulate this short video. So our goal here is to develop deep learning models that can emulate the evolution of turbulence and significantly speed up the process of turbulence modeling. So you have probably already heard a lot of work about applying deep learning to various scientific problems, as previous panelists discussed. But one of the fundamental challenges in developing deep learning models for scientific problems is to guarantee that the predictions are also physically meaningful. And that kind of tied to the theme of our research lab, which is physics-guided AI. So what we want to do in physics-guided AI is to combine the strengths of physics and machine learning. So in physics, we have first principle methods, and we design model-based derivations to describe the underlying spatial temporal phenomenon. And we also have a lot of tools such as tensor networks, differential equations, and mean field theory to describe the underlying data patterns. So the advantage of physics-based modeling is that it's very precise and is sample efficient. Unfortunately, it can be restricted by the underlying model assumption and can also be slow to simulate. So in machine learning, or primarily deep learning, we take a statistical inference approach and design data-driven methods. So in machine learning, we have graphical models, neural networks, and a variational Bayes. So the pros of machine learning methods is that they are extremely flexible. They can learn from real data and discover complex phenomena. But unfortunately, sometimes the predictions from these models are not physically meaningful, and they also require a lot of data to train, which is not very efficient in real world applications. So physics-guided AI aims to combine both worlds together by integrating physics principles into machine learning. In this way, we can encode inductive bias, reduce sample complexity, and ultimately increase our trust in AI. So in this project, we explored this idea of physics-guided AI for turbulence applications. And in particular, we proposed a hybrid learning framework. So we started with classical methods in turbulence simulation. As is well known, there are 3 different types of methods that were used to simulate turbulence, namely the Reynolds averaging, which is computing the temporal averaging of the turbulence, and large eddy simulation, which is to compute the spatial averaging of the turbulence. And the third one, which is a combination of these 2 methods, which is called RANS-LES coupling, where it computes both the spatial and temporal averaging of the turbulence velocity field. As you can see here, there is a convolutional filter G1, which is called the spatial filter, and then the other function G2, which is called the temporal filter. So in literature, what fluid dynamic scientists have been doing is to construct manually these filters and calculate the smooth values for turbulence field. But this can be very restrictive because we don't really know the ground truth filters for the turbulence velocity field, and it can also be computationally expensive. So this kind of decomposition represents the multi-scale behavior of turbulence, which is shown in this picture, where we have the energy of versus different wave number. So high wave number correspond to basically large small eddies and large eddies, and then the other way around. So our idea behind this method is to simply replace the manually designed spatial filters and temporal filters by trainable neural network modules. So that leads to our model called turbulent flow net. Essentially, this model, what this model does is that it will compute the spatial averaging and temporal averaging through auto differentiation function of deep neural network. And then it separates different frequencies in the turbulence flow into 3 components representing multi-scale decomposition. And then for each frequency component, we can model it separately with a UNet where they share the same decoder with different encoder functions. So this model represents a deep learning extension of multi-scale spectral decomposition. In this paper, we utilized unified the CFD technique, which is RANS-LES coupling with deep generative model, and each encoder-decoder can be viewed as a UNet without duplicate layers and middle layers. So we evaluate this model on a large-scale simulation data on Rayleigh-Bernard convection. So we took about 10,000 sequences at a spatial resolution of 64 by 64. And our goal here is to forecast forward into the future of 60 time step ahead, which is approximately 2 eddy time in this application. So let's look at the performance of deep learning versus like traditional deep learning methods versus the physics-informed deep learning methods. So as you can see here, the first plot shows the forecasting accuracy, or RMSE, versus the forecasting horizon. So TFNet, which is our model in blue, compared with purely data-driven methods, including UNet GANs and ResNet, and also a convolutional LSTM, which is one of the state-of-art methods for forecasting videos. You can see that by encoding physics principles into deep learning, we can significantly improve the prediction performance. And then if we compare the average time of inference for different models, you can see that TFNet is very fast compared to LBM, which is the numerical method, Lattice-Boltzmann method to simulate turbulence. And again, the speed up is very first step because the resolution of the turbulence that we study here is rather small, and we intend to extend this method to larger scale turbulence. And most importantly, we want to measure whether the predictions are physically meaningful. So we calculated the mean divergence of different models' predictions, as well as the energy spectra, which is shown on the right plot. So you can see that TFNet, which is a blue line here, is closest to the target, which is a ground truth data that was generated by numerical solvers, and this also demonstrates that by encoding physics principles, we can improve the physical consistency of the predictions from that model. So the right plot shows probably is the most iconic plot in CFD, where we show the energy spectrum decay versus the wave number. So the black line is the ground truth from numerical solvers, and the blue line is predictions from our model. You can see that it is very close to the ground truth and almost consistent with the theoretical model for fluid prediction. So let me show you a video of the predictions from the numerical simulator versus the predictions from our method, as well as the purely data-driven methods, including ResNet and GANs. So as you can see here, TFNet, which is our hybrid method, can capture very nuanced turbulence eddies as in the ground truth data, whereas ResNet and GANs, they fail to capture very small behavior in turbulence, and it appears as it's smoothing the turbulence. Another thing that we did is to open up the black box in deep learning and understand what it has learned from data. So this is trying to look at whether our model has learned to decompose the fluid field at different resolutions. So remember, our model basically performs a multi-scale decomposition of the turbulence flow so that we have temporal filter, spatial filter, and fluctuations. So the top one is the target, which is the ground truth, and TFNet prediction is the aggregated behavior. And then the next three videos is going to be the interpolated, each of the component learned by the deep learning model. So as you can see here, right, different videos have showed different frequencies where it's very obvious that fluctuation is of higher frequency and then the rest of the modules. So it demonstrates to some extent that this model has learned what we expected to do, which is to perform multi-scale decomposition of the fluid field. And after this paper, we also extended the work to 3D turbulence forecasting problem, which is much harder. So this is some preliminary results on 3D turbulence simulation. On the top row is a prediction from our model, and the second row is the ground truth simulation. So as you can see that for 10-step ahead prediction, this model generalized well to 3D turbulence. And we also calculate the QR scatter plot for our model's prediction compared with the direct numerical simulation results. And you can see that for different resolution of R20 to R232, our model is very close to the ground truth with a little bit off, which is still some room for us to improve. So to conclude, what I want to argue is that it is important to think about integrating physics-based principles into AI models, not just by applying off-the-shelf data-driven deep learning models to solve physical problems, because we don't necessarily have the luxury to guarantee that the predictions from deep learning models are physically meaningful. So in this particular presentation, I talked about TFNet, or turbulence flow net, which is a hybrid deep learning method for turbulence modeling. And obviously, we wanted to extend this framework to higher resolution fluids with diverse initial conditions and boundary conditions. And ultimately, we can build very fast turbulence emulators for various scientific applications. So we would like to thank the support from NSF, NERSC, and NVIDIA. And I'm very grateful for being a user on NERSC. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Rose. That was really interesting too. All of these were really great. Thank you, all. So, Rose, we have one question for you that is the RMSE seems large, greater than 10%. Is that accurate?
The RMSE is greater than 10%. So this is, so this is basically because it's an aggregated value for the entire frame, not per pixel wise. And also the forecasting error also grows exponentially with the number of forecasting steps we're going forward. But yeah, we wanted to have lower numbers. That's still something we need to work on.
All right, great. So I don't see any other questions right now. It is 2:45 or 5:45 on the East Coast. So it's time for our next break. So we're going to have a 15-minute break, and we'll come back for the NERSC Operational Metrics Report. I know that sounds like a boring title, but I think it's going to be really interesting, actually. So I encourage everybody to stick around for that one. And then, so hopefully we'll see you all back at 3 o'clock. So about 15 minutes from now. All right, thanks. See you then. All right, welcome back, everybody. Happy to have you back. Oh, wow. Subtitles for me. Okay, so our final presentation is by Steve Leek from my group, the user engagement group, and he's going to talk to us about NERSC operational metrics. So, Steve, please take it away.
Thanks, Rebecca. So that's interesting to see. While I have Google Slides in present mode, it picks up Rebecca speaking on the other end of Zoom and closed captions it. That's nice to know. It looks like though my video is not working for some reason, so I'm afraid you might just have to imagine me there. If I stop video, then it goes back to a still image at least. So to finish out today for the formal presentations at least, we'll do a quick walk through a few of our operational metrics. So planning to walk through them kind of in order of why we have them. So we have our high-level mission, which is about accelerating scientific discovery, which we kind of boil down to some reportable metrics to help guide our actions in that direction. And then the thing that ties it all together is our aim of providing a highly usable HPC resource. And usable means both available and well supported, and it also kind of refers to our commitment to seeking and addressing user feedback to try to identify the most impactful actions that we can take. So first up, availability. So scheduled availability here means availability with consideration for planned and announced outages. Mostly these are for maintenance, but also for events that we aren't necessarily in our control, but we can predict. In this chart, the red bars down here represent unscheduled outages. Most of them you can see have a sort of a corresponding gap in the chart above. A few don't, and that's fundamentally a function of the resolution. If the outage was short enough, it's less than a pixel wide in the chart, and so it doesn't appear. So a few large-scale events happened during this last fiscal year. So mostly the metrics that I'll talk about will be about fiscal year, which is since October. There's a few that are calendar year, kind of as per the operational assessment. So around October last year, there were 2 region-wide public safety power shutdowns in California that affected the NERSC Center. This is due to the fire season. We also had this year 2 longer than usual scheduled maintenances while NERSC facility power was upgraded in preparation for Perlmutter installation. So on a smaller scale, we did have a number of unscheduled outages or times where the system was marked as degraded. Happily, you can see that, so there was a few of these in the early part of the year, so late last year and beginning of this year, but the frequency has reduced sort of noticeably since then, happily. And then of course the other black marks on this are our monthly planned outages for maintenance. So this is kind of an important aspect of keeping the system up to date and stable and in good health. So the PSPS shutdowns last year provided us with some challenges around disaster preparedness and actually served as a little bit of a practice run for the shelter-in-place operations that have been happening this year. The feedback we got from users after the PSPS events was overwhelmingly positive, and I think this is driven by a combination of frequent communication of status. So we tried to keep people as up to date as we could with what was going on, along with some fairly carefully planned out scenarios for shutdown and bring back against a few different possible things that might have happened. And by having this fairly thoroughly planned, I think it made the whole experience as smooth as it could be in the circumstances. And our users seem to recognize this and were supportive. So thank you all. So here's the kind of the magic number over here. To date this fiscal year, our total scheduled availability has been 98.68%. So, and then on to mean time to interrupt. So our MTTI is constrained mostly by the fact that we do a scheduled monthly maintenance. When you kind of smear it out, we've had in total about 2 outages per month this fiscal year so far, 1 scheduled and 1 unscheduled, which shows in this MTTI number of 13.5 days. But then, you know, when you look at this chart of the actual availability, you can see that the MTTI number obscures a little bit of detail because the interrupts are kind of clustered near the front of the year, and has been a little better in the last half of the year. So we also measure and report the MTTI and scheduled availability for the community file system and the archive tape storage system. And as you can see, both of those have been very high. And this leads into utilization, which this year has been quite high. You can see it's pretty much consistently over 90% month to month. And overall in 2019, we had 91.6% utilization on Cori. So there's a little bit more to this than just demand plus availability. We're very aware that queue throughput is of high interest to our users and also to us. So we watch the queues pretty closely, and we have a queue committee that meets regularly to identify and adjust parameters that might help to improve queue throughput and job wait times. We also report a capability metric, which is that we have a target of at least 25% of our workload being for large scale jobs. That is to say, jobs that would be impossible without large facilities such as NERSC. And as you can see, so far this fiscal year, we've exceeded that 25% target in every month, or met or exceeded it. And finally, the compute hours delivered. So in 2019, we allocated, or NERSC allocated 8.1 billion, so 8,134 million NERSC hours, and delivered 8,770 million NERSC hours, which is to say we actually delivered more compute hours than we allocated. And this is possible basically because we're able to keep the system availability and the system utilization quite high. In 2020, the allocated hours is slightly lower at 7,544 million NERSC hours. And as you can see in this graph, we're currently on track to meet that. So this reduction compared to 2019 is because for the first few months of 2019, we also had Edison contributing to compute hours, and we don't have that in 2020. So until Perlmutter arrives, we have slightly lower total capacity. So that's a quick overview of availability and resources. Our next goal is to have effective support for our users. And our key metric for this relates to tickets. So our target metric here is to address within 3 business days at least 80% of all incoming tickets. So 3 business days because we want good, fast response to things. 80% because we recognize that not all questions are a quick fix. Some involve a longer working relationship. So as you can see, month on month, we've exceeded that 80% every month. Overall, this fiscal year so far, we're at about 92.4%. And we've had, as of Friday, 6,827 tickets. I guess a few more than that now coming in so far. It's probably worth noting the slight difference between the fiscal year with the OA year, so October to September versus January to December. So in the operational assessment report for 2019, we reported 7,825 tickets for all of 2019, and 87.2% being in that 3 business days target. However, there's a little bit more to user support, we think, than answering tickets. So tickets tend to be mostly about solving problems when they happen. User training, on the other hand, empowers our users to get more out of the resources that we support, and often to solve a lot of issues for themselves, or at least get further before needing help. So holding and promoting training events aimed across a wide variety of targets and a wide range of experience levels is a pretty important part of our support strategy. So we find that our users tend to be pretty smart and pretty motivated, and so giving them all the tools to do more and solve more is a bit of a force multiplier for our support efforts. And so we did tend to hold a lot of training events. Between holding, hosting, and promoting events so far this fiscal year, we have a list of 30. I think there were 37 for the calendar year of 2019. The NERSC user Slack is also a little bit of an element of this. By being on the Slack and seeing what other users are asking about and talking about, there's an opportunity there to help each other as well. Another aspect of effective user support, we think, is good documentation. And you've no doubt noticed that over the last couple of years, we've migrated our documentation completely away from the old Silverstripe content management system to a GitLab hosted repository, which is at this address down here, gitlab.com NERSC. So this is now a sort of a statically generated documentation oriented website, which is to say the actual docs are written in Markdown, which, if you haven't used it, is a markup language that's fairly easy to read and easy to write. And the whole thing's hosted in this Git repository, which is public facing, which means that if you have a suggestion, an improvement, or you spot an error that needs fixing, you can actually go into the GitLab repo and file a request, or file an issue, or even a merge request, and make a correction and put a merge request into the system. So yeah, there's an opportunity for our user base to contribute as well. And finally, Sudip mentioned this morning about Iris replacing NIM starting December 2019. So that probably means that everybody has had some experience logging on and using it now, and hopefully what you've found is the same as what we found, is that it's a much more intuitive and responsive interface for dealing with account management. So, and then as the third section here, a number of our operational metrics are gathered by surveying our user base, which is to say all of you, to identify what we're doing right and where we should put our efforts into improving. So this year, this past year, for the first time, we outsourced our annual user survey. And the figure in here is that we can have more impact by dedicating our efforts to directly supporting our users and employ surveying experts to do the gathering and some analysis of survey responses. Of course, we still read all the user comments, because we can't help ourselves. They're quite useful for us, actually, for getting a bit of a sense of what's working well, and where users are finding pain points that we can look at more closely. So some benefits to this approach is we have people doing the survey who are experts at doing surveys. They're also good at helping to make sure that we can cover enough of our user base to make good decisions based on the responses. So we've had this for a while now. We've had a target of getting coverage in our survey of at least 10% numerically of our users who account for at least 50% of our compute hours. And this has been getting more difficult in recent years to get sufficient participation to make sure that we're really getting a good representative response. And we had quite a good response by working with NBRI on this this year. So we had responses from 12.1% of our user base, representing 51.5% of the compute hours. Another nice thing about using an external survey company is that they do surveys for other companies as well as NERSC. And that means that they can analyze our results in comparison to other organizations that are kind of our peers out there in the world. And so we can see a little bit more relative to what's out there. Are we actually doing well? How much of it is what we're doing well or what we need to fix versus biases and so on like that. So this we think was a successful experiment. We'll continue doing it that way. NERSC users have historically reported high overall satisfaction, and that was true this year as well. I mentioned about comparing to our peers. So NBRI, the survey company, benchmarked our consulting and user satisfaction results against our peers, where peers were defined using this thing called a NAICS code, which is a standard used by federal statistical agencies for classifying businesses for this sort of purpose. And they found that amongst our peers, our average satisfaction rating was in the 76th percentile, which is to say that our users are well above average happy with NERSC. So that was nice to see. And based on that, actually, they gave us this little badge here, which is probably a little bit small to see, but it says certificate, was it Circle of Excellence? Circle of Excellence. So yeah, that was quite nice to see. Another one of the things that NBRI did for us is to help in analyzing the results for root causes and high impact themes. And what they found was that the biggest factors for NERSC user satisfaction were the compute resources that we provide and our services, such as consulting and so forth. In the high impact themes, a lot of this comes out of the text questions in the survey. The main two being, what does NERSC do well and how can NERSC serve you better? And what they found is that what we do well is working with our users. And I think some of that reflects on our users too, so thank you all. And where we could improve is mostly about resources. Everybody would like to get through the queue faster. Queue times are definitely one of the things that people are very interested in. So the good news there is that Perlmutter is coming soon, and that hopefully will do a lot to alleviate some of the demand on resources. A few other noteworthy themes. Documentation was kind of interesting because it scored highly both as a strength and as a weakness. And our interpretation of that is that good documentation is important. People like that we have a lot of documentation, and they would also like to see us keep on working on it. And so I'd like to reiterate from before, please participate. So it's now a publicly accessible Git repository, so you can make, you can submit issues and merge requests against it. Looking back a little bit further, for previous years, storage has been a bit of a visible pain point, but it was conspicuously less so, or not a major kind of point of comment this year. And we think that the deployment of the community file system has helped a lot there. So the overall conclusions from the survey were to indicate a positive view of NERSC by its users, and some suggested actions for us were one, to continue to provide high quality services for users, two, to innovate to improve services and make the best use of our existing resources, and three, to advocate for more resources. So that's a very quick summary of some of our operational metrics. We should have a bit of time for questions, and I can see there's a few in the Q&A box already here.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. So people have been talking about primarily a couple of things. So Perlmutter and questions about its reliability and stability. And so we've been kind of answering those on the chat as we're going along. But here's an answer that came in as a question because Shane unfortunately doesn't have, he's not one of the panelists at this moment, but this is a really good answer. So we're hoping that the network and other design aspects of Perlmutter will make it more resilient. But when it's a new system with lots of new hardware and software components, there will definitely be early challenges associated with the machine. So if you've ever heard of the bathtub model, what tends to happen is early in the lifetime of the machine, there's going to be a lot of errors, and then it's going to kind of go into this bathtub of stability until it starts getting old, and then parts start breaking because it's old. But we don't foresee that Perlmutter is substantially more complex than Cori currently is, and we don't really think that there's going to be too many problems. But of course, we'll just have to wait and see. And then other questions are about what are the rules for the machine being up? What are the rules for availability? And so those are fairly complex. And so I don't know, I can provide a few things about it, but basically users have to be able to access it. It has to be running. It has to be able to be running jobs. And then there are kind of thresholds for all of those things. And those thresholds are kind of, I don't know the exact specifics of the thresholds, but for example, I know that if we have 3 login nodes or less, then that's an outage. And the others,
the outages that appear here, I think they're all visible on our web pages. It might be under my.NERSC. We can look up and send a link to where that is. But that might help to get a bit of a sense of what counts as an outage. There are definitely a few that are things like system degraded because Slurm's having difficulty, not scheduling very quickly or things like that. So yeah, it's definitely finer resolution than just the whole system's down.
Right. And there's also time factors. So if Slurm is down for 5 minutes, that's not an outage, but if Slurm is down for an hour, then it is, sort of thing. Okay. Otherwise, okay, Benjamin Weaver. This is the first I heard that NERSC is hosting code on GitLab as opposed to GitHub. Which one are you using going forward, or will we have to track packages on both? Okay, so we have our documentation on GitLab because it just had better features for us to be able to deploy our documentation in that way. And I think we do have some other projects on GitLab. So I guess that means if you want to be active in both the documentation and then any other projects that we have on GitHub, then yeah, I guess you would need to have an account on both. But luckily it's free. And so, yeah.
So I see in the, sorry, going a little bit back to outages, I see in the Q&A, there's a couple of questions about the rules. And Shane points out that the spirit of the rules is to reflect when the system can't reasonably perform its job for a significant number of users.
Right. That's a really good way of putting it. Maybe we should promote Shane to a
Yeah.
panel. Let me do that.
And Richard, do you want to?
Yeah. So one reason the rules are complex, and there's actually some judgment in there, is, what Steve's reporting here is a binary switch up and down. But these systems, I've been doing this for 30 years or so, and for most of the time, the system was either up or down. Like on previous systems, if one network card went out, the whole system crashed, and so it was up or down. But the systems today are nothing like that. So there are thousands and tens of thousands of components in these things. And now, fortunately, some of them fail, and they fail all the time, but the system doesn't go with it. So you can imagine there are varying degrees of this, like how many network cards can be out, and how many file system servers can be not responding, and that sort of thing. That makes this really a very complicated question. So I think what Shane and Steve and Rebecca have said is really what is important is the spirit of, can you get to the system? Can you do your work? Is it running jobs? Are the basic features of whether it's up or down. And you can't, then it's not. And if you can, it is, but you can imagine there are an infinite number of shades of gray that you can imagine in the middle there.
So that is something that we're working on, is trying to, create a better, maybe taxonomy would be the word, of different states of the machine, because like Richard said, there's a million shades in between. It's not just a switch up or down. I mean, it used to be in the good old days, one node went down, the whole machine went down, so it was very clear. But nowadays, it's really not so clear. Another thing is that something that hurts some users might not hurt other users. So maybe if the luster scratch is really slow, if you're depending on that for a lot of data work, and I'm just doing some computations, I'm going to write one number out at the end, then I don't really care about the performance of the scratch system as much as you do. So those are just all things that make it all very complex, and that we're definitely trying to get a hold of and trying to explain better to users.
So Maria has a question about what that 98.6% actually means. So that's 98.68% of the time that the machine was scheduled to be available. I guess does that clarify it? So I wonder if, so next up we have a Q&A, I think a panel discussion. I wonder if some of this discussion should move into that.
Yeah, I was thinking it is a perfect segue into that. So Maria, Elena, we're not sure about what is the total availability off the top of our heads, but we definitely have that in our reporting. So let me look for that. And so let's get started on the panel discussion. So what we're sort of thinking of here is an open discussion with NUGX and NERSC. So let's get our NUGX members as panelists and us NERSC people as panelists, and then we'll start our discussion. So let me look. Actually, it would make my life super easy if people who are in NUGX could raise your hand, and then I can find you. Perfect. Thank you, Koichi. Peter, thank you. Okay. I think I've got everyone. If you've been left out, please raise your hand again and I'll try to get you in. Okay. So let's go ahead and get started on this. So please submit more questions and we will answer them. And meanwhile, I'm going to look up the information that Maria Elena wanted about the total uptime.
Oh, I think I clicked the wrong button. I meant to answer online from Maria Elena, but for the total availability, of course, it depends on the system and the date, the time period. So what were you interested in? So I can say for, let's see, overall availability for, it varies. So for Corey, for June of this year, it was 99.8%. For last October, during the PSPS, it was about 80%. And then everywhere in between. Actually, the highest month was actually last November when it was 99%.
So I think aside from catastrophic things like the PSPS, that was really beyond our control. We do tend to keep at or above 90%.
I'll just comment that a lot of that is due to like maintenances where the system's being updated. And one of the goals with Perlmutter is to be able to do those in a more of a rolling fashion. And so we're hoping that, you know, if everything works the way it's expected to, then that could help us minimize the amount of time that's needed for those. There'll still be situations that probably will require a full system outage, but the goal is to reduce that.
So I thought, based on previous discussions, that across supercomputing facilities that DOE funds, that you guys used kind of the same rules, but it sounds like it's more complicated than that. Is that correct? Or you guys are all on the same reporting?
Richard, do you want to? You probably would have.
Yeah, so we do have some things that we've agreed upon, but for the actual up and down calls that we make, there's not a standard set of criteria. So an example is, so let's say we have a scheduled maintenance and it's scheduled from 9 a.m. to, I don't know, 5 p.m. If we're not done by 5 p.m., so that counts as a scheduled maintenance in these metrics. So if we're not done by 5 p.m., and it goes farther than that, is that part of the same scheduled maintenance, or is it an unscheduled maintenance or an outage. And so we have some rules around that we've all agreed on. I don't remember the exact same numbers, but that's the kind of thing that we have agreed on. So at least we're reporting, we're trying to report the same numbers in terms of what the functionality is that goes into those numbers.
Thanks.
Okay, we've got a good question here. Let me see if I think Debbie is not on, unfortunately, so she can't answer Stephen's question, but we can certainly try to answer some of it. So his question is, could Debbie or someone, and maybe there is someone else here who can, comment more about the time scale and what federated identity will look like for users, e.g. federated only across other DOE computing centers or more broadly with universities, beamlines, international partners, etc.? How will it work in practice?
Corey's not on, is he?
Hi, Stephen. I'll do my best. It's a shame we don't have the people that are working on this online right now, and so I should probably defer most of this discussion to them. But what we'd love to have federated identity. I think it will probably end up being rolled out to different communities. Like maybe Berkeley Lab could be the first case. We could try to get that working, and then maybe throughout DOE. Ultimately, we'd like to have as many people as we can be able to take advantage of it. And the idea would be that you go to your home institution or your home and do the logging in, and then you're able to access the facility through that. How long is that going to take? Well, we're working on it as hard as we can, and I think we'd like to be able to perhaps get something arranged with the lab in fairly short term, but I don't want to put a time on that. I'll defer to those who are working on the project.
I'm sitting on some of those, but I can't remember the exact timelines, unfortunately, Stephen, that they've talked about. But yeah, I think Richard has the right idea. There are some, like there's I think it's called like FedID or something like that, that DOE is trying to roll out. And one idea would be like, that would be an accepted form of identity proofing that you could do. But we want it to, a big challenge is to make sure that it reaches all of our users. So we know that we'll probably have to act as the provider of last resort, but we're trying to figure out ways to make that as broad as possible. The goal would be that, yeah, you wouldn't have to worry about yet another login that you have to maintain if you've already got, account at, one of the other labs, for example. And there's also a couple of related efforts within DOE and Oscar that are pushing in the same direction. But, I would say their timescales are a little bit longer, maybe, a few years, because it takes, what you ultimately do is you'd like it that all of the facilities could potentially support this, but that takes a lot more coordination.
Oh, a good follow-up. What if someone has a federated ID at another institution, but DOE rules do not allow the person access? Yeah, then unfortunately, they just would not be able to have an account. It would have to be disabled or something like that. So the federated ID, the idea is that it tells us who you are, and then and that is separated from your access rights and privileges. So those are two different things. So they call it identity and access management. So federated ID gives us your identity, and then your access management is still going to be performed by NERSC. We got any other questions? In fact, if people want to, if you want to just like raise your hand in the app, I can temporarily give you the right to talk, and you can ask your question live instead of typing if that's easier. People might be really wiped out by an all-day event as well. I don't know. I'm getting wiped out right now too.
Rebecca, I'll ask a question, and maybe others are curious about it too. And it may have been stated in some of the other sessions, but the discussion that went on in the breakout sessions, is there going to be kind of any roll-up or summaries that are going to be put together and shared?
Yeah, so I think the slides will be available for all of them. And then some of them may have recorded a video. I didn't specifically ask them to, except for the one that I was in. But yeah, we'll definitely post links and stuff on the NUG 2020 webpage.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, another question. Will the metrics slides be posted? The ones that Steve just presented right now, is that what you mean? If that's what you mean, then yep, those will be posted. We're going to post everything.
I have actually a question moving forward. Once Perlmutter is fully in production, which presumably happens in 22?
Yes.
How long is Corey going to stick around alongside Perlmutter? And I realize if I look at the timelines, about a decade ago or so, NERSC typically had 2 or sometimes even 3 production machines on the floor at the same time. But over the last 5 years or so, that's been more 1 machine at a time with fairly short overlap after an upgrade because you have to make room for the next machine again.
That's a really good question, Peter. Richard, would you be able to answer that question?
If I can find my mute button, I'll be happy to. Okay. Yeah, you're right, Peter, that our overlap time has become a little bit less. It's not by design. It's kind of a practicality. A few things have happened. There's always the technology time frame that doesn't always align with when we want to do our procurements. The other thing is that we have gone from replacing systems like every 3 years to something like more every 4 years. And so that's what happened. But what that does allow us to do is to get more capable individual systems. And so again, it's not by design.
I totally understand that.
But this is just kind of what's happened. We'll keep, Edison would have been here a bit longer, but as Sudeep said, we needed the infrastructure that was supporting Edison to prepare for all the stuff that Ben showed with all the huge pipes and cranes and everything else, so we could get ready for Perlmutter. So we'd like to keep them as long as we can and give users as many options as we can, but there are practicalities and there's just a lot of moving pieces, I guess I should say.
And that also means there's no end date for Corey yet, but at some point it will have to make space for NERSC 10. Correct. Preparations for NERSC 10.
That's a reasonable thing to assume. Again, for a lot of these things, the devil is kind of in the details about where things what occupies what on the machine room floor and what is connected to what power substation and all that kind of stuff. So it's a little bit hard to say this far in advance exactly what the next system might look like.
Okay, thanks.
Muted. I hate it when I'm muted. We have another question. How will Perlmutter power consumption compare to Cori? Does anybody have an answer for that one?
Not off the tip of my tongue. I'm going to look and see. I mean, we had to do power upgrades, so clearly there was, you could sort of, but I think those power upgrades were meant to provide us a little more, time horizon as well, not just exactly what was needed for Perlmutter. Let's see if I can find it.
Okay. In the meantime, go ahead.
Thanks, Jane. I don't have the number off the tip of my tongue either, but I think it will be more. Let's see if Shane can find a number, because I have some old numbers that were stuck in my head when we had a slightly different size system coming in.
Right. Okay, so we'll get back to you on that one, hopefully, Alex. In the meantime, Stephen Bailey has a question. I'm going to allow you to talk, Stephen.
Hi, thanks. The storage roadmap a couple years ago had a plan to eventually move to object stores as kind of the fundamental underlying unit, but I haven't heard about that recently. What's the roadmap for object store based file storage, or not file storage, but data storage versus POSIX?
Shane might be the expert here. I don't know if he's still on.
Yeah, I'm here.
Lisa, in case she knew.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we have anybody else from the storage group. I think the short answer is it is still being evaluated. So there's a couple of different evaluations going on looking at some different technologies and how the interfaces to those models work. But I'm not aware of any immediate plans to deploy something, say, in production. It probably, in the near term, it would be more in the testbed model. It would be interesting if people have use cases for them, and it would be useful to be able to capture those. So I would encourage people to reach out to us if they have examples of how they would like to be able to use, object store interfaces.
Yeah. So I personally think that object store has got to be the part of the solution in the not too far distant future. Shane's correct, is we don't have any concrete plans of implementing in the short term. But one exciting thing about the architecture of Perlmutter is it's the kind of thing that we could fairly easily, in terms of from a technical standpoint, integrate into a system like that. Probably almost certainly, I would say in the NERSC 10 timeframe, but I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up with something at some level with Perlmutter as well.
Great. Do we have any other questions? All right, we've got a good one here. Does it seem likely that power and cooling constraints on Perlmutter might interact badly with ongoing PG&E power supply problems and increasing local temperatures? Excellent question. Bearing in mind that I don't think any of us here are the experts on this, I do know that Perlmutter is going to be much more efficiently cooled than than Cori is, and Cori is considered, pretty efficiently cooled. But Perlmutter is going to be more. Okay, so let me see if I can remember this correctly. So you can find out a lot more details about it, Alex, if you listen to the podcast interview that I did with Norm Barassa like a month or two ago. Really fascinating. So Cori is 70% water cooled and 30% air cooled. And Perlmutter is going to be more like 99% water cooled. And okay, I can spell Norm Bourassa, Bourassa. So he is our energy efficiency guy. And so just talking to him is so fascinating. It's not, it's not an area that I know all that much about, HVAC and things like that. But so Perlmutter's cooling itself is going to be a lot more efficient, but it's going to be completely different.
Yeah, so Alex, it's a great question, and I'm not sure if you're talking about it in a global warming sense or in kind of a short-term event sense. But Norm will certainly know about a lot, as Rebecca said, about the facility. But we're doing other things too. We're looking at, for instance, power profiles of workloads and even down to individual apps and things like this. So let's say if we were to have a particularly hot day in Berkeley, which doesn't happen very often, but it's happening right now, for example, could we run a workload that was more power efficient, and therefore we wouldn't be pushing the envelope on what we could sustain on the system on a really hot day in Berkeley, say.
But a follow-up to that, would we be able to run Perlmutter kind of partially in a PSPS when the power goes out or when on generator?
I think Rebecca mentioned in her presentation today, what was it, last year or 2 years ago, we had some really hot days in Berkeley, and we did I think we took some cabinets offline on Cori. Is that right, Rebecca?
What we did was we just paused the queues.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so then they were just kind of passively sitting there. They weren't running anything, so they weren't generating heat. So that would be the first thing that we would try. Now, in a PSPS situation, that's completely different. The problem is that we don't really have enough generator power to be able to power, I guess, even the minimum of what we would need in order to run a couple of cabinets or something like that. So that's not in the cards right now. But maybe in the future, maybe we would be able to do something like that in a PSPS situation. I don't know.
Okay, I can answer Cyan's, if I'm saying that correctly, question 2. So Perlmutter will have 2 types of nodes, the GPU accelerated nodes and then the nodes with just CPUs. There will be no cost factor for the GPU nodes. We plan to do a whole new allocation in terms of GPU node hours. So we will just ask you to tell us how many GPU node hours you want, and then that will get awarded. And then we will also ask you how many CPU node hours you want on Perlmutter. And then there will be some scale factor relative to Cori. I don't know what that's going to be yet. Once we get those AMD processors in, we'll get Jack's performance team and others to do some kind of a comparison, and there'll be some scale factor. Just like right now, there's some relative scale factor between the KNL and Haswell nodes on Cori. So it'll be something, but I don't know what it's going to be right now. You can make some estimate of the difference in the capabilities of the processors. Oh, Alex has a question about singularity. I don't know if now that Shane is on, if he wants to answer that one.
Yeah,
okay.
I can just answer that. I'll also say Jay told me so. Perlmutter's supposed to be around 7 megawatts, and Cori is less than 4 megawatts. So that just gives you point of comparison. But those I think might be sort of like the kind of peak numbers. I think nominal load is usually a lot less than that. Okay, so the question about singularity. So yeah, the reason, just to remind folks who may not have heard it, the reason we haven't to date supported singularity is because the way it works is it mounts up images that users have direct control over. And so this raises some security concerns. This is something that's different in how we do it with Shifter. So that's been the reason we've historically not supported it. But we hear it from many users, and I think it's something we're still taking under advisement. And I think we'll probably shift positions. We're also looking at other ways that singularity can run in different modes, but our fear would be that if you go in those other modes that don't require the privilege, you get the performance is a lot worse. So that would be a kind of a poor trade-off. The other thing is we also are looking long-term at other alternatives. So there's a lot of development within the container space coming from the broader container space, even outside HPC, that's looking very promising. And I think that could, long-term, you might see a little more consolidation. And so we won't be quite as different as, say, the enterprise space and some of the things that we'll be able to offer and support. So, keep your eyes on that. But we'll try to go back and come up with a more firm answer on the question of singularity. So I'll make a note of that.
Okay, so there's a question about what determines the frequency of updates of the programming environment. The update frequency at NERSC seems higher than other HPC centers I've used before. Okay, so what determines it is us. And so in the past, we've kind of done it haphazardly, like we've just decided, hey, let's do that. And that's actually a really bad plan. We learned that fairly quickly. Users like to have some kind of, something that they can count on for the whole year. So that's what we did for, I guess, the past 2 years. We said, okay, look, whatever we start off with on the first day of the allocation year, you're going to be able to use that programming environment the whole time. And so that seems to have worked really well. Now, something that we did do was we changed the defaults in the middle of the year because, and I'll tell you like why we would want to do that in a minute. But still, the old one was still available for you to use for the whole year round. Now, the reason why we might want to do that is because there are improvements in, in some of the software, like maybe it's more optimal. It's a newer version, so sometimes we want to upgrade to a newer version, and then also sometimes we might want to upgrade because there's some kind of a security problem with an earlier version or something like that. Now, starting with this year, what we're doing is we're keeping the same programming environment for you with the same defaults all year long. And so that's gonna happen for the foreseeable future. That's our policy. Now, there might be an exception to that. And an exception to that would happen when, let's say that we have to upgrade the operating system. And when that happens, then maybe the current programming environment would not be compatible with the new operating system. So in that case, then we just have to upgrade and there's no choice. But other than that, what we're really trying to do is keep it to be exactly the same for the entire allocation year for you so that you can have some sense of consistency. Okay, I hope that answered that question. Okay, going back to super facility presentation, what portions of the PI data management tools have been implemented? Can I submit chown group chmod jobs yet? Gosh, I wish we had somebody on here.
Rebecca, I can take that if you
Oh,
want.
Oh, there we go.
Awesome. All right, Lisa.
Yeah, hi. So the PI toolbox is currently in, we have a prototype, and it's currently in undergoing internal nurse security review, largely because it does do things like chones on the user's behalf. And so we really want to be sure that it's doing what we want. And so I would estimate that's probably going to take another month or two for that to finish, to iterate through. So I think we're talking a time scale of a few months.
Okay, and then Alex has two questions for us. So first one is, what are the plans for reframe? Do you see using reframe tests to make go, no-go decisions on Perlmutter upgrades? Okay, so yes, reframe is our testing system. So we use that, for example, when we're bringing the machine back from a maintenance. So we absolutely do use the reframe for go or no-go decisions. So if we brought the machine back and we ran reframe and we discovered a whole lot of errors that we couldn't possibly solve, then yes, we would definitely use that as a no-go, go back to the drawing board.
And just to clarify, there are sets of tests that are kind of required to bring the system back, right? Both to keep an upgrade moving forward and for it coming out of a maintenance. But there may be, there may be something that's not as high impact, and those may be allowed to move forward without those passing. Is that, Lisa? That's pretty accurate, right?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
We also use reframe to run a series of internal benchmarks. And we have a series of checkout ones that we run that need to pass before the maintenance is finished.
Okay, and then Alex asks, any thoughts or comments on the future of Julia in HPC?
So we actually did a good bit of work with some of the core Julia developers, like Roland Thomas worked with them quite closely to demonstrate running Julia at, I would put quotes around it, at scale. It was at a scale that Julia had never been run at before that time. So and you can get it through, I think you can get it through Conda. Maybe I'm not 100% on it. We do have, people that are trying it out, whether it's going to replace even Python or something like that. I think that's speculative at this point, but it's got a user base, and how much we will commit to supporting, I think, is it'll be based on how much we see it being used. And it's a little bit of a chicken and egg problem. It's how much we see it used in scientific code bases that we feel like are enough that would warrant us putting resources on it.
And then we have one more in the chat that says, what's the timeline for availability of the NVIDIA OpenMP compiler? And so I promoted Jack with the hopes that he's available.
Hey, I'm here. I think we're hoping to have an open beta by the time users get on to the system. So I think, yeah, by early next year, we should be able to get more users on. I think that's probably as much detail as I'm allowed to give.
Okay, great. Well, we have exceeded our time, so we were supposed to end at 4. I'm glad we were able to answer some good questions for everybody here. I really appreciate everybody coming, especially the folks who stayed right to the very end. We have one more little question here. Can you see using the reframe performance test results to contribute to an operational definition of degraded? Yes, I think that is definitely a possibility. If we can have tests that truly define, degradation in the system, then yeah, I think that could be a really good way to do it. Okay. Anyway, I just want to thank everybody for coming, and really appreciate you sticking around till the end. And yeah, thank you for being NERSC users, and we'll definitely see you again next time.
Bye all.
Thank you.